Hello. We're live. Have we been live that long? 30 seconds? What have we been doing?
I've been sneezing, you know, trying to do everything that I can around the house, and yeah. How are you, man? How was your week after the famous burning of the curse?
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, we're not powerful enough to get rid of the curse. So I thought it was working. It was working in the beginning of the game, right? We jumped out 21 points. I was like, damn, I'm like, we're good. The curse is over. And then, you know, the Jets happened. So I don't know what to tell you, Johnny. We tried to burn Joe Namath. We tried to get rid of the curse. We said the seance. We, did everything that we needed to do. And we thought we were strong, but we are we are we are nothing compared to this
Nothing.
Jets curse.
So I was with the afterburners yesterday with Liam and Dan,
Yeah,
and they put up the video on their stuff to show it off and everything. And I'm looking at the video and I'm noticing that the 12 is not burning, neither is his face. And I'm like, how did my selfish snowball not realize what was going on?
and he was
It,
immortal.
even in the doll form, it
I don't know. You told me you said it's not working during the game. Like you texted me, it's not working. We underestimated this, and it's
I,
true.
in the very beginning, we're texting each other and we're just like, well, I text you real
Yeah,
quick and I was like, dude, it's working. It's
right.
happening.
Yeah,
Like none of this ever happens for us. And then little by little, those text messages when this
right.
sucks, we're dumb, I hate the Jets.
These are these are the text. Like I'm actually reading the text. We're winning already. We won the toss.
Yep.
Face mask, right? We got the face mask penalty. We're reversing the curse, right? We are magic. These are texts directly from each other, right? Now it's like we just scored again and took it to the house. And then after that, it says, never mind.
Yep.
When the Colts scored their first one, and then never mind, the curse is back on. And then they actually mentioned Joe Namath in the broadcast.
In the broadcast. Can you believe that?
Yeah,
Like I could not believe that they brought that up. And I was like, we under at that point,
right,
it's where I was like, we underestimated the power of this curse.
right.
It's
Yeah. When they brought up Joe Namath's name, the curse just went raw. Like what?
yeah.
What are you talking about? Like just wakened the curse, and it came back. So
Now might be right. Now could possibly be right.
what's
Namath is
that?
in the curse. It might be New Jersey.
It is New Jersey. I'm sorry.
Agreed.
It might be Jersey. Um, yeah, there's just so many things surrounding this team that we just you never know. Stars we think are stars are not stars.
Mm-hmm.
People that we think are gonna rack up stats don't rack up stats, and it doesn't make sense.
No.
So if it doesn't make sense, it's the curse. It has to be the curse.
It's like what more could happen to us? Like you get a veteran freaking quarterback that is
Four-time
supposed to
MVP.
be the guy, like, and we were, well, he wasn't really supposed to be the guy. He was supposed to be the quarterback that's going to be competent enough that won't lose us the game. He's
Mhm.
throwing pick sixes, which is something he's really never done in his career. And here we are. He's getting hurt, injured. It is a deflating season, to
which
say
lead
the least.
which leads me to this: Aaron Rodgers next year.
Yes.
Shall we discuss?
Yeah, we should. I think.
Okay.
And if there's anybody on the chat that wants to get up here,
Oh,
more than happy for them to get up.
I'll have to copy the link and
But
post it.
I have to say, yes. I mean, if you look at the list right now, if you look at the list of the quarterbacks that are out there that are free agents, the only two that really like tickle my fancy, as some may say, right, is Jameis Winston, right, and Justin Fields. Like, I would love. I'm more of a Justin Fields guy. A lot of people are not, and I know that, but I would love to have him over here. But then I say this: who is pants are never optional on our actual stream, Boomtown, just to let you guys know. So and let your friend know that. But for myself, again, I want to see what Aaron like. I know Aaron can't go out the way. That's why I'm intrigued to see these next couple of games and see how he does stuff like that. Now, do I think that we're going to see something different from him? No, probably not. I mean, we're not. But what else is out there? That's you know what I'm saying. So bring in Fields, bring on a Winston. Let them compete back there. Let's give Travis a chance because I feel like nobody wants this kid and everybody's making him seem like he's just really damaged goods. You're
Um, my opinion. So think of it this way, and I'm right on top of the fence. Like I'm not on either side right now because when you really think about it, um, Aaron Rodgers, when he's at a press conference, he does take some of the blame, and then he will say there are 11 people on the field. Do you and the people in the chat do you feel as though that's an honest answer? Is that Johnny? Is that an honest answer?
that he's blaming 11 guys.
No, he'll say, okay, there are some things that I missed, right? I'm going to take some of the blame, but he'll also say, but there are also 11 people on the field. Does your quarterback does your quarterback say that, and do you get mad at your quarterback for saying that, or do you believe that that's the truth?
Okay, that's a tough one because I've been saying it all year that I really think there's a beef between the offense and the defense that's not being really discussed, right? First and foremost, as a leader of men,
Mhm.
you should not say something to that extent. It should be behind closed doors, right? And amongst each other, say, what do we need to do to right the ship, not say it on the media itself. So, I mean, first and foremost, it was not Garrett Wilson who essentially overthrew him, right? That play itself, Mark Sanchez really broke it down really well to where it was supposed to go either to the end in the corner of the end zone or in the beginning part of of uh, the end zone itself, not in the middle where there was nowhere to be able to go to get that. Um, the Aaron Rodgers conversation for myself, man, it is such a tough one because part of me is like just rip the band-aid off. And if a new regime is gonna come in and is gonna want to completely almost rebuild, which I don't really think it's a full rebuild, right? But I don't know, man. It's I'm so torn, man, because then I see him on the Pat McAfee show and the stuff that he says, and I'm just like, damn, I'm brought back in all over again when it comes to that because of what Aaron Rodgers done in the past.
Yeah,
It's tough, man. I don't know, like because then I look at the freaking quarterback free agency, right? And the
yeah,
top leading candidate is Sam Darnold.
right. So do people are people blinded by what Aaron Rodgers was? Are they blind to the fact of what he's doing now? Because like if you look at his stats now, right? Like he's sitting at his completion percentage is he's at like 62.5%. He's got 2,627 yards. He's got 19 touchdowns. He has 8 interceptions, and his QBR is 87.5. So
Mm.
his rating is 87.5. It's not horrendous, It's not. Is it what we thought he would be?
But the
Those
thing is,
numbers, those numbers, do those numbers speak to what we thought he was going to be?
it was supposed to be enough.
Right.
I mean, we were so if we scored more than 13 points a game, what we had with him last year, we were supposed to be winning a whole bunch of games this year because we knew we were going to get more than that.
Right.
And it didn't happen. Nob brings up a really good point on what he says, and it's how I've been feeling in regards to the season. It's because they had beef with each other when the offense was losing games for 2 years. Now that the shoe is on the other foot and they're going to get their shots in, that's 100% on Salah and Ulbrich. And there's truth to that, man. You know, how many times, like it was the offense, it was the offense, it was the offense. Now it's flipped around. He was supposed to win us some games, like the whole thing with him, with Aaron. If he had the ball in his hand with 40 seconds, it still give you a chance.
Yeah.
It's tough. Like again, there's just so many different things. Like then the cap situation next year. Then you're talking about Devontae. It's just a domino effect with this individual because there will be people leaving. Does Lazard, do we say, you know what, Lazard, even though your money's not guaranteed you anymore, do you stay now? Because Aaron Rodgers is not here and we get rid of him. But then
Yeah.
if we get rid of Devontae's out, Allen Lazard is out, who's your wide receiver too?
Well, if Aaron Rodgers leaves, Lazard's out and Adams is out. Like
Correct.
they're not staying. They're saying what they have to say. That they're giving you the company line. Especially Devontae Adams, he's delivering the company line, saying, oh, I'd really like to, stay here. It's a good locker room. It's a great team. But if you listen to the beginning of like his statements when he talks to the media, he says it is a business. So, anything that he always starts out with that it's a business type of a response. So, you know, uh, you look at like you said, you look at the pool of people who are available to take over. Next year is going to be a rebuild anyway,
Correct.
right? When you really think about it. So, like you were saying, do you just stick Tyrod Taylor out there for 6 games and then bring in, Jordan Travis and see what you have in Jordan Travis? Do you draft a quarterback late this year and have them compete for that, transitional QB position and see if someone, who you draft can beat out Jordan Travis to take over after Tyrod does his job? I
Yep.
don't know. These are some things that need to be discussed. If you're in the chat and you want to join in, the link is pinned in the top of
Mhm.
the chat. So if you want to pop in and weigh in on your opinion, please do. If you're in here for the first time, welcome. If you're here for a repeat, thanks for coming back. Uh, hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, try to subscribe. It's free. So we try to put out quality content every
Yeah.
every
Yeah.
Friday,
We do. I mean, we burn Namath. So,
right?
let me ask you this then, Snowball, right? Kind of piggybacking off of what you're saying. Like,
Yeah.
right, the Devontae talk and the Alan Lazard talk. The only
Hmm.
guy that's coming out of free agency for wide receiver, right, is T. Higgins. Are we going to pay him the amount that T. Higgins is going to be asking? I don't think so, right? Amari Cooper is going to be a free agent. He's maybe somebody I could see as a wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3,
Yeah.
but is he going to want to leave the Bills and stay with the Bills because he sees what's going on over there right now?
Sure.
It's a lot. And then everybody else that's free agent that's coming out as a wide receiver, they're not good. Like
Right.
it's not good at all. Then you
That's
got
why
the
they're available.
quarterback situation that's coming along there. I say Fields and I say Winston because for me, Winston would be fun to watch. I know that he's going to get the ball down the field, but those picks come with it too, as
Yeah.
well. So you got to see that. But
Hmm.
why not? And then Fields. I mean, Fields the wild card for me. I've said it multiple times that I feel like if Fields does come over here, we keep Garrett because I think you said it last time. Garrett has played with how many different quarterbacks already since coming into the NFL?
Yeah. Well, that's another question that you can bring into the mix too. He was a winner his like entire career, his college career. Garrett Wilson was a winner.
Mm-hmm.
Then he comes here and he is exposed to perpetual losing. Next year is his final year of his contract, right? What if he was like, what if he's like, I don't want to be here,
I can't blame him.
right?
I mean,
Like,
would you blame him?
no, I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't blame him if he said, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm out, or trade me, or he sits out. I don't know. I'm playing devil's advocate, but it's a possibility. This kid has immense talent.
He does. He does the way he does stuff, the way he moves and stuff like that. I mean, Three Siblings says it good. I don't
I
want to
know.
be
I
here,
don't want
but
to
I'm
be here
here.
either.
But
But and we always say this as Jet fans, right? We've been here before you, and we'll be here after you.
100.
So like, if you don't want to be here, then you don't want to be here. So I don't know. It just there it is, right? I don't
I,
want to be
I
here either.
I mean, for me, Garrett Wilson. Look, I understand the competitiveness in the conversation that he's talked and he said, like you see it on the press conferences of guys that they take the loss super personal, right? Him, Brees, the
Mhm.
younger guys. It's a complete difference of what I see when you got Sauce up there, and I like Sauce. Don't get it twisted. I do like Sauce and all that, but like you nearly see Garrett Wilson in tears and that
Yeah.
stuff like that, and he's not blaming anybody else. He's
No.
taking full responsibility for everything that he's done. My route running should have been better. I should have blocked on this play better. I should
Mhm.
have done this. I should have done that. That's again talking about the leadership piece of it and all that. Plus, Garrett Wilson, right? If you got a coach, GM that's wanting to come over here to the Jets, that's one of the appealing factors that come to play. Him, to see Quentin Williams and what you got. There's a lot of pieces that we have here.
Sure.
It's coaching. And look, and I have to say this, and I got to give kudos to Knob. I speak with Knob pretty often.
Mhm.
Knob's been like anti Salah forever, man. Like even before they hired his ass, he was like he didn't want him. He wanted somebody else. He was like anti that. So, but I say this because I wanted to ask you this, right? So did you watch the game last night?
I caught a little bit of it. Um, I wasn't totally invested in it, so I saw the end plays. I saw the most important plays.
So I'm gonna say this then, right? You saw Aaron Glenn and you saw Ben Johnson, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
Having those two put together at you, who's the person you would take?
That's a tough call. I think I've heard arguments for both, and I've heard arguments against both. Um, Aaron is one of us. He's been in the market before. Granted, it was eons ago, but he was here. Who do you take? Who's your offensive minded person? Who's your defensive minded person? I don't think it matters for a team, offense or defensive minded coaches, as long as they're effective coaches. So throw that out the window, of who you want, like either offense or defense. Who would I want between the two of them?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got. I think the trend is your friend, right? So if you want a head coach, you would go with Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that game yesterday, I was like, holy crap, dude. Ben Johnson is like the schemes that he's putting out there and stuff like that. I'm like, this guy is amazing. But then I also stink and I'm like, well, the line is great.
Right.
They got two stud of running backs. They got really good wide receivers.
Hmm.
Their tight end's okay. My tight end's good. His tight end's not bad, right?
Yeah.
And then I see Aaron Glenn that has like 15, I think, injured starters,
Right.
and he's still trying to do what he's been doing over there with Thumb.
Yeah.
That's the battle that I'm battling between both
Well,
of these guys. If that was the choices that we had to pick on.
Right.
You
If you
know,
go back, to what you just said, right? If you repeat all of those things that you just said, O line is O line is good, right? You got some great wide receivers. You got a couple of good running backs,
it's
right?
the Jets.
It's the Jets,
It's the Jets.
right?
Exactly. I
It's the
mean,
Jets. You have the pieces. It's the coaching. So you put Ben Johnson here with his, as Alan says, right? With Benjamin Johnson creativity.
it's truth.
Um, you have a pretty decent team.
I'm one of the guys that has been on and said that I love the arrogance that Ben Johnson came out and the way he acted when he was talking on the Rich Simini podcast or
Right.
whatever it was. Like for me, knowing how the New York media is, the New York market is, you have to have some type of assholeness about you, right? To be able to succeed. Like you need that. You had it with Rex. We
Yeah.
had it with Parcells. We had it with Herm Edwards,
Right.
right? Like them dudes were dickheads. And you need it because they're going to try to like get you caught up in something stupid, right? To kind of then, oh, he said this and all that.
Right.
Because we gave so much crap to Salah about practice. Or they,
Mhm.
I don't know why in practice it's not looking good on game day and all that. And then you got Ulbrich. We just got to take a hard look at it.
Right.
It's tough, man, because
Maybe.
like who's the GM? Who
Yeah.
is going to be the GM? That's the first piece, and it's December, and we're talking about GMs,
Right.
bro. Like,
Maybe we practiced too hard over the summer. Didn't they say that the summer practices were the most intense practices that they've had? Maybe we practiced too hard. I don't know.
they
That's
didn't practice enough.
They didn't
Okay,
practice enough.
they didn't practice enough.
Oh, that was something that I was thinking about. I couldn't even remember. Did Tyrod Taylor play in the preseason?
He did.
He did.
He did. He would like the first two drives, and that was it. And then he
And
would
that was it,
come
right?
out, and that was it. Yeah,
So
it
he was
wasn't a lot and all that. But look, I'm I'm in Virginia,
mhm,
so Tarad is a love guy out here. He is loved out here. He does so
yeah,
much for the community, good dude and all that. But the stuff with him is can he stay healthy more than 3 to 4 games?
yeah. But we
You
had
know,
we had the two other quarterbacks. We kept Martinez.
correct.
Who
And
was
then
the other
we
guy? Do you remember who the other guy was? I don't remember who the guy was. Anybody in the
for
chat? What's that?
for the guy for right now, it's
No,
only
no,
them
no.
three.
There were two quarterbacks though that were like backup quarterbacks. We had
Yeah, the other dude was horrible.
Martinez and Beasley. That's right. Microfox is Beasley.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Michael Fox.
Thank you, Microfox. Yeah, Beasley, and then we got rid of him. Right? He was horrendous.
It's I don't know, man. It's again, it's one of those that I keep finding myself now. You know who I want. Like
For your
I
for your future coach.
yes, I'm on board with Flores. Bad. Like I want Flores. I think he's been around really good coaches. He comes from a really good tree. He's won, right? And he would be the guy that I could say if Aaron Rodgers is our quarterback next year, because let's be honest, it's gonna happen. Like he's gonna be our quarterback, right? Like as much as we don't think he's gonna be our quarterback next year, like it's happening. Like I
Aaron
don't
Rodgers. Aaron
Aaron
Rodgers is our,
Rodgers
you
he's
believe that Aaron Rodgers will be our quarterback next year.
he's gonna be our quarterback next year,
Okay.
man. Like, and I feel like Flores or Vrabel would be those guys that would be like, bro, you suck right now. I'm taking you out and I'm putting in the other person in there. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. It's what's needed.
Yeah.
We don't have that. Everybody wants to be friends with the coach. Everybody wants to be this. And you know what I mean? No, F that. Like, if you and I were not performing well in what we do for work and all
Sure.
that, we would have a sit down conversation to where we're like, yeah, I need to step it up. Like I'm messing up. Like, what am I doing? Dude, he's cost us games. He's missed people open. But then at the
Right.
same time, right? Like if you watch the game, there's some plays that I saw against the Seattle Seahawks where you're having Gibson run the same route as Garrett Wilson, and they're almost like busting each other up. And I'm like, is anybody else seeing this? Like, how is this week, whatever it is, and they're still running wrong? Like somebody running a wrong route.
Yeah.
Like how?
Because they're not looking at the playbooks anymore. They're like reading comic books, whatever kind of recipe books. The playbook is I don't believe it's in play anymore.
No.
It seems like a lot of people are. It just there's no attention to detail anymore. And when again, when you listen to Aaron Rodgers, he's like, he said there's a lot of details that need to be cleaned up. He's been in the league for a long time, and I would take his word for it. His arrogance is another story, but he is an old man, and he has played this game for 20 years.
Stuck in your ways.
So he's stuck in his ways, but B, he knows this system like the back of his hand. So
Agreed.
if people are learning it and they're still not adjusting to this system, then maybe this is a system that just shouldn't be in place. But you say that Aaron Rodgers is going to be here next year, so people got to get on the right page. And when you think about it, once you install that offensive system and he's here, then that's the system that you have to run with next year.
100%.
And when he phases out, if he phases out, and a lot of people think that he's going to actually come back better than he is, which is, I don't know how that's going to happen, but if he does come back the same, then, what do you do? But like, it's the system that you have to run with. So when you phase him out, if he phases out, then whoever comes in after him has to run that system. And a lot of people say that it's an antiquated system. It's an old system. It's not a modern NFL system.
Correct. 100%. I mean, it's happening to him. The Leonard Williams Williams pick six.
Right.
He literally knew what was going to happen. They were playing as if it was cover zero. Williams was like, oh, shit, this is this play that he's going to try to get it out quick, right? Thus calling him, he's scared to get hit, so he's going to get it out. He goes out in coverage, man, and it looks like a linebacker out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's nuts to me, and then takes it
to the house.
To the house, man.
Yeah. And a lot of people said that no one chased after him. If you watch the replay, there are Jets trying to. They're running after him. He's not by himself out there. There are people trying to get to him. Our star players, they didn't. The people who had the most amount of speed were not running after him. We had linemen who were trying to catch up to him.
At that point, you remember when Mike Tomlin like accidentally came into the field of play on that one play.
I remember. Uh-huh.
Yeah, hey, Ulbrich, why not, bro?
Right?
I would have respected you. Then jump out of the way, be like, oh shit.
Right? Oh, damn it. I didn't mean to do that.
This brings me up to a point that I was going to ask you in regards of the future of coaching, right? Yeah. So Michael Fox brings it up. I wanted Mike Tomlin, but that's never going to happen. Like Steelers, so I say this to say this thing, right? So would you give up a first round pick for like a Sean McVay, a Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah.
Like one of these guys, like, would you do that? And if so, why?
Sure. Well, I do it because it's proven. They're proven coaches who know how to win. They have a legit history of being effective coaches. And it's long term. You got to think long term about this team. Like, people say, oh, if you brought Rex in, Rex is temporary. Rex is a Band-Aid, and it's just a hype move for Woody. But McVay or Shanahan, yeah, sure, I'd give up a first round pick for them because they're proven.
I'm on the same boat. There's some people out there that they stand by the first round pick, yeah, and they're like, "Oh hell no, we can't do that." I'm like, "You're bugging, man."
it's a balance, right? You got to weigh it out. Long term gain, short term. Short term. What is it? Short term loss for a long term gain. So the short term loss would be the loss of a first round pick, and then you know you get the long term win.
So big fella says, "Oh
Oh,
hell
hell no.
no!" All
Yeah.
right. So big fella,
Listen,
give,
big fella,
give
the link's in the chat. Like,
yeah,
just
come in, big
hop
fella.
on
Like
and
give
defend
me
your
the reason why that would be a no to
right.
that. Like be I'm one of those guys that, like, with the Jets, when we draft in the first round and the stuff that we had, do you guys not remember what happened with Zach Wilson?
Yeah,
You know what I
but
mean? Like,
the Zach Wilson pick was a forced pick.
correct.
That was a forced pick. That was a what else are we going to do type of a pick. So I don't know if I can really bring that into the mix as a but we've had picks that have completely busted. Now we did have a great draft, with Garrett, and oh, look, he's coming in. So he's ready to defend his. Are you ready to defend your stance on this? Are you ready?
He's pissed off about the Tennessee situation and all that.
I am
Which
pissed off about that. Yeah,
I would be mad about that too, because you guys got screwed on that one. The whole point of the Dogs winning was for you guys to get the better seating and be at home.
Yeah. Hey, they kissed Alabama's ass, and I think a deal was made, man. That's what I think.
100%.
But no, I'm not good with I'm not good with trading draft picks for any coach, really. That's just not me. I think if you're looking to trade for a coach, it means you're trading a pretty high pick.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you're trading a pretty high pick, that player, is projected to have some significant impact. So I get what you guys are saying about how the coach, is super important, which I agree, but these coaches have to come from somewhere, and we just have to have someone with the right mindset and foresight to see which coach is actually going to be, productive for us. That's just what I see.
So, big fella, is there a coach that you would like? Is there, if you could have any coach in the NFL, and all you have to do is give up your number one pick, and he's yours?
Nope.
Nobody.
No way.
Nobody.
No way. Nobody.
Seriously.
I can't do it. I mean,
Andy Reid says he'll come to the Jets. Just give us the number one pick.
Andy Reid wasn't always great.
But he is great now.
He's great now. Yeah. Well, he has Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, he has Patrick Mahomes. But
I mean, no, to me, it's too much. It's too much.
Mike Tomlin says, I'll leave the Steelers and I'll come to the Jets.
Mike Tomlin's a great coach, but still, no, I won't do it.
No, damn. That's
Really?
I can't.
Dude, I would, man. Because, like, I see the draft, and you and I have kind of talked about it.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a really strong draft like that. Like, other than the two Michigan guys, the kid from Texas, Williams, there are some tackles that are out there that I could see maybe being a right tackle for us, right? But other than that, it's like the quarterbacks. I'm not on board with almost any of the quarterbacks, like, at all. Like, they're so raw.
I like Jackson Dart in the second round, but that's
that's a dart, right?
It's a dart. Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of talent. We got to see what happens, But I agree. Like, first round picks, this year for quarterbacks, no. But we have more holes to fill than just at quarterback.
100% agree with you.
So let's ask you this question. All right. So quarterback is basically first round quarterback pick. Nah, not really this year.
Right.
Do we stick with what we have next year?
No, we can't. I would bring in, I like Jameis would drive me crazy.
But it'd be fun.
It would be fun as hell, though.
It'd be fun, bro.
It would be a lot of fun. Yeah, but he would drive me nuts, and he would be every weekend. It would be like up and down. But Jameis, you could bring in Rodgers. I'm done with him. to be honest. I really am. I mean, he doesn't look like he looks like a shell of himself. He really does. And the other day, I mean, Johnny, you're right. Like he did go out for the block and everything like that. But he has not been the same since he got hit in Denver in the Denver game.
Yeah, but that
He's been
doesn't make
shying away
sense,
from
though. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like people say he's afraid to take a hit, but then he's out leading, right? That run, like he's going to block.
That's true.
So is he afraid to block, or is he not afraid to block?
No, he wasn't afraid. Well, sometimes you get caught up in the moment too.
Yeah.
You know.
So what do you think his major problem is? Do you think it's mental? Is he in his head?
He got
is
old.
he afraid to get hit? Are his skills diminishing? Like, what is it with Aaron Rodgers that is like he's not getting the job done?
He doesn't. Go ahead, Johnny.
No, go ahead, big fella. I'll say after you.
Okay, he lost his mobility. And when he lost his mobility, you know, he could usually trust his legs to get away from, you know, pressure and stuff like that. Now he doesn't have that anymore. So he's looking. I was at the Tennessee game. And there was a play there. I was sitting really close to the field and I see him and he curled up before the guy got to him. And it wasn't even like the guy didn't get to him. You know, right. he like bunched up like that. You know, he doesn't trust his legs because he shouldn't trust his legs.
Well, there were a couple of plays in the Seattle game where actually he like did extend. He extended the plays. And again, I'm just playing devil's advocate with you.
Yeah, I get it.
He extended plays, so he's capable of extending plays. He's out there leading the, you know, blocking there are attributes of him where you can see that he is trying to do things, and he has done them.
He's also been rushing passes.
Yeah, like that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, he's actually rushing passes, and he's not looking downfield, and he's throwing short. You know, and you know that's not Aaron Rodgers. That's not him.
I think a lot from me, and this is my opinion, is that I think it's his own stubbornness. Right? He's so stuck in his ways that we've had wide receivers have said it that, you know, there's like 20 plays in one when he's coming up. Like the line doesn't even know what play we're going to go into until 3 seconds of his cadence is left. Like, you know, as somebody that is on defense, and I'm like, this dude's going to take it down to 3-2 and then go ahead and try to get us off of there. If we stay still, right, play discipline and all that, we'll get him and all that. And he's going to make that mistake. And that's what's happening. And it continues to keep occurring. And like what you just said, big fella, is the truth. The one play where he was trying to give it was supposed to be a run to Braylon, right? But he goes back and throws it behind Devontae Adams. And Devontae Adams is getting ready to block. Right. And then he's like, oh shit, this ball's coming. So he tries to look like that. Like, that's never happened. Right. Some of these passes are behind the wide receivers where they're having to control their bodies to try to catch it and to, you know, so there's so much of it, man. But then again, he'll give you a quick glimpse of one play and you're like,
yeah, I know.
But if you look at his face after the play, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is right, and everyone else on the field is wrong.
Correct.
No, I don't know.
Right?
I don't know
so he's
he's
looking up in the air, and he's like shaking his head. Then he looks at the sidelines, and he's, you know, like, I don't know what's going on with these people, and you know, he's so all frustrated. So, you know, Aaron Rodgers is right, isn't he?
And then you pan out even farther, and you see the fans, and they're shaking their heads like, "What the hell is he doing?"
Yeah.
You know, so I mean,
it's a diminishment of skill, not being able to see the field.
Yeah.
Less mobility, insecurity in his own head.
It's a sprinkle of all of that, all put into one. Because big fella's truth, he's right. There's some plays that you see him, like he is scared to get hit. Like he is scared to get hit. He still thinks that he gets hit and that leg is gonna go out on him again. Or the hamstring now that nobody's talking about, or the knee injury, or just because it's taken him longer to recover. How many times in these conferences he said that it's taking me longer this time to recover compared to the way it used to be for myself. He still thinks he's Aaron Rodgers of MVP and all that. And we never asked him to be that. I didn't want that. It was supposed to be hand off the ball, hand off the ball, hand off the ball, and then over the top, right? Or a quick slant to freaking Garrett and then kind of go from there. But it hasn't happened. Shout out to E Boogies in the chat. I'm just it's frustrating, man. This season, big fella, yourself, I mean Snowball, you guys know this has been probably one of the most frustrating seasons for me because of what was supposed to be. I compare us right to the Steelers and what the Steelers are doing right now. We were supposed to be that where they have that vet quarterback, right? That's going to give it to Najee Harris. Najee Harris is going to be okay and whatnot. He has some good wide receivers, enough to get the job done, but our defense is the main head of the damn snake, essentially, right? And it hasn't happened. We've regressed. We don't look as we did last year. We had injuries. We got riddled with injuries in the defense this year. That was one of the things that for the last couple of years we didn't really have a lot of injuries on defense, and now it's biting us in the ass. And get rid of JFM. I'm still pissed off about that. Still salty in regards to that.
Oh, I agree. Sure. But the biggest injury we had was JJ going down.
Hands down.
That was the biggest one, and that was week 2, and it was it set the tone for the rest of the season. Reddick sat out for God knows how many weeks, and he really screwed us this season because if he was there earlier, the defense might have been a little better. I'm not saying we would have been great, but it would have been better. Let's just say that.
I say this with Reddick, right? And you're right. If he would have been here with us, I think Quinnen would have had a better start to his season than what he did this year, because he started off a lot slower and all that.
But going to the Steelers, I know we talked about coaches and stuff like that, and I wouldn't trade a first-round pick for a coach, but they have the culture. They had the culture. The difference is, like, what was Saleh and Douglas doing? They weren't doing anything. They were, it was like, I want to be friends with you guys. It's like, no, you're the players. I'm the coach. We got to figure this out. We got to win. It's not, it's ridiculous.
Would Huff have been a different player if he stayed with the Jets? Do you think Huff would have been a different player?
That's a good question, man. That's a really good question. Probably.
Yeah, I think so. I'm in the camp of, if we would have kept Huff. Now, he wasn't looking for the hometown discount or anything, but I think we could have negotiated with him to keep him here. That would have been a difference maker as well.
I agree.
Well, supposedly it was there, right? That the offer was there, but then Woody supposedly meddled in and took the offer away from it. Just so many what ifs, man. I think for me, big fella, honestly, bro, I think the bigger one over the Huff of losing Huff was losing JFM, to be honest with you, man. Because, like, I know a lot of people with JFM were mad at him because of the roughing the passer plays.
He had 2 penalties.
Yeah.
That were roughing the passer that, tattooed him a loser for the rest of his, tenure here. Right.
I was one of those guys that I was like, when the roughing the passer plays, he's getting to the damn passer and all that. So
he's just getting there late.
He's just getting, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
It's tough. Again, but I mean, we got a dog in McDonald.
Yeah.
McDonald's shining,
11 sacks.
Most since Abraham. So yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's pieces here that if a GM and coach are like, hey man, they're not that bad. Like, I was having this conversation last night, right, with somebody that was saying, well, if Coach A was to essentially come out, right, your top coach or whoever is out there, he would rather go to San Francisco, right, because they have the pieces there. And I'm like, when we started talking about it, I'm like, so you're telling me, right, that somebody would go to San Francisco because they got the pieces? CMC might be retiring. Okay. What's his name? The receiver that they paid a whole bunch
Ayuk?
for, Ayuk, got a really bad injury late into the season. That's going to be trickling next year, and then you never know with that type of injury itself, right?
He looks like the Invisible Man.
Greenlaw, what they got on the other side, right? The safety that got hurt again, Fuaga for Tuala, for whatever his name is, he's hurt over there as well, and they're talking about potentially he might be career ending, that he can't come back from it. He tried, he came back, and he got hurt all over again. Same thing. Let
me add to that. Trent Williams can't play forever.
No. Thank you. Like that's what I'm saying. So like, I'm like, so again, with me saying all of this stuff, right? Then you look at the Jets and what the Jets have and all that, which sounds a little bit more appealing, right? I mean, they're both in big markets, right? The Cali market and the New York market. So that can't be talked or discussed in regards to, like, it's what E is saying. San Fran is falling apart. They are. And they're trying to get rid of Shanahan. There's a whole bunch of fans.
That's ridiculous.
Then that's crazy to me. I would take that dude. If that guy's there, give him everything. Like, give him the bag, pay him what you got to pay him and all that. But do you guys understand what I'm trying to say in regards to the people saying that the Jets' job is not appealing? And I don't see that.
It is appealing because of the foundation that we have. It is not appealing because of who you have to deal with.
Yep.
when
you
come into town, like you're dealing with this guy who is like, and they're saying that he's not going to the UK now.
No, he's not.
No, they already picked that up.
So he's home. He's going to be there. He's in your back pocket, looking over your shoulder, watching you, who you're sending emails to, and answering the phone. He's like right next to you, like, putting his ear next to your ear, listening in on what, you're talking about. So they say he said he's not going to get involved as much.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. You can't believe that.
He should sell that sauce chain, bro.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. But so with the Woody stuff, right? From what I was reading and all that, they were talking about that he might be going as an ambassador to another country, not just within the UK, because there's supposedly conversations in regards to that. So I don't know, man. I have this love and hate relationship with Woody, to be very honest with you, because he's paid for players. He's, when it comes to that, where I fault him for a lot is not giving that money to the coaches, to the GMs, to the personnel that you need for development and stuff like that, to where that stuff goes to the front office to sell tickets, because they got like 90 people that work in that one department and are calling you, say, hey, by the way, we know we suck right now, but guess what? We're going ahead and up in your season tickets another, 13%. And we're giving you 2 wine coupons this year, baby.
I know, right?
2.
That leads me to this. Jets merchant tickets. Are you buyers or sellers?
I ain't buying shit.
I'm not buying anything.
No.
He sent me the other day this real dope looking Jets beanie, right? I was like, and me and him have a thing right now that we got going that we said we gotta stay strong, brother. If I send you something, tell me don't fucking do it, and I'll do the same thing. Vice versa. Like
smoking or drinking, right? It's like their addictions. Jets merch is an addiction for Jets fans.
Yeah.
And it is difficult to stay away from it. But look, black shirt, nothing on it. Asbaniac, not the Jets. So
my best friend's barbershop right here. Shout out to my boy Ryan.
See that? So I mean, it's the truth. Like you got to stay off the stuff.
Yeah.
I said I would not buy. I'm sorry. I said I would not buy another piece of merchandise, and I would not go to another game. If I got free tickets, I would go. Okay, but I'm not paying for tickets, and I'm not buying any merch until the Jets win 3 games in a row.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they don't deserve it. I mean, They just don't. And it's like, we're loyal to the team. I've been with them for over 40 years. So, I mean, it's like, there comes a point where it's like, really, you can, everybody last year was like, oh, the new uniforms are coming, we have these new logos and everything like that. Everybody's all pumped up and everything. And then they put out a product that's, shit. So it's like, what's that saying? You can't put lipstick on a pig, bro.
Right.
It's still a pig.
It's still a pig. You know what I mean?
How do you sell this pig next year? Exactly.
By bringing Aaron Rodgers in all over again. He has an amazing off season, right? He's doing conferences and saying, I'm here, guys. I've been doing the rehab, bro. We would be eating that all over again, and then we're right back on it. Let's be honest, okay?
Let me tell you something, brother. Tom Ace brought up a good point in a chat the other day. He said, everybody was saying Rodgers was carving up defenses in the offseason. He was saying, he's throwing deep, he's carving them up. Garrett looks amazing. He looks great.
Our own defense.
But it's not. It's not only that.
You had a red jersey on.
A red jersey was on.
Yeah,
true.
That red jersey does wonders.
Sure, it does.
Yeah. Big fella, to that point, right? I was so worried about that because when they were saying, like, I remember it was like Nate and all like the reporters and like that were out there and stuff like that, and they're like, "Holy shit, man! Aaron Rodgers is out killing the defense," and I'm like, "That's not a good thing."
Yeah.
Like, what? Wait, what? I mean, and Murph, you're right.
Right. Zach used to carve up defenses in the offseason too.
I just don't understand how.
Right, Murphy.
I just don't understand how they look so good during practice, right? And on game day, it never came. So,
guys, Zach Wilson will have more wins during a season than Aaron Rodgers.
I know, it's insane.
It's
so
that
insane.
That doesn't sound right.
No, and I mean, no one could have foreseen Tyron Smith playing the way he played too. The whole season went to shit. It really did, and
100%.
We got to deal with it. And I'm happy we got Fashanu. I think he's going to be a good player. Will McDonald, he's showing to be a good player. Garrett, Brees, Sauce is falling off a little bit, but hopefully.
What's your opinion on Sauce? Like,
pussy, man.
Great in coverage.
Yeah, I know, but he doesn't hit anything, and he can't. And it doesn't seem like he doesn't want to catch either. You have to turn your head to catch the ball,
right?
But big fella. But if he's a corner and all this, right? If he wanted to catch the ball, he would have been a wide receiver. I hate that narrative, man.
Yes, bro.
I hate that fucking narrative and all that.
You're a professional. Catch the ball.
Thank you. Exactly.
So
exactly, it's bullshit.
Are there two kinds of cornerbacks then? Are there the ones who break passes up, and then are there ones who tackle and intercept balls? Is that like, are there categories?
The good ones are well-rounded. That's all I could say. I mean,
yeah.
You don't have to be physical like Revis was, but if you're a blanket like Sauce can be, that's good enough, but you should at least be able to find the ball and catch the ball.
Well, people don't. There was a point in time in his career where people didn't want to throw his way.
Right.
And now they're finding the weaknesses because there's enough tape out on him to figure out what he's good at and what he's not good at.
You realize we have 2 interceptions this year?
Yeah.
The entire year. 2.
Please name the people who caught the ball.
There's one guy, Eccles.
Yo.
That's it.
How bad is that, dude? All I know is I'm waiting for Quinnen Williams to get an interception too, bro. Because it's gonna come.
Bro, it's crazy. Our backup corner has the most interceptions, and it's 2.
And they're the craziest interceptions at that.
I know.
That one interception that he caught like this made no sense to me.
That was a Tennessee game. Yeah.
But then when you get the ball right? And it's in the air, and it's literally just coming like this in slow motion. He
Yep.
gets down, goes like this, but instead of trying to grab it
Right.
with his hands,
Yep.
it goes right down through here and it
Yep.
hits him in the stomach and just bounces off.
It's ridiculous, man.
Now,
But, you know,
I like
Sauce.
Sauce though. Like, I do like Sauce still though.
Let me tell you something. I'm rooting for Sauce. I think Sauce, I think he can be great. I think he got a little too big in his head. And I also think, he needs to work on his technique. And I don't know who the hell is working with him on the technique, because even in college, you got to get your head back. You got to see where the ball is. You make a play on the ball, so
I think a lot of it has to do with the coaching and the schemes that he's put in within the zones and stuff like that they play really often, that he is expecting, the safeties to essentially be there. But when you got injuries to the safeties and you don't have Ashton Davis, because Ashton Davis has been injured, then you got, he's bad. He's been bad this year.
Yeah.
Chuck Clark just came back.
Right.
I love Chuck Clark. I would love for him to come back and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But then you got Mills, the Green Goblin, that nobody knew who he was, and all that. And then Tony Adams. It's just a lot of like inconsistency that's being there. And I think with a good coach in place for Sauce, we could see, because I'm telling you right now, this upcoming game with the Dolphins, I'm actually pretty excited for this game, because I'm excited to see Braylon Allen, and I'm excited to see what we have within Stiggers and stuff like that, and kind of go from there. I know Echoes, I think, is going to be playing, probably taking that position, but at some point they should put Stiggers. Why not? Let's see what you got with the guy, and then kind of go from there. So.
Well, we really haven't invested any money into safety position.
No.
Zero, and that's the back end. You have to have somebody good back there. Ashton Davis, I have not been a fan of his since we drafted him. So
I had high hopes. I had high hopes for Ashton Davis this season. I thought he was going to, be a much improved player. He seemed like last year he had a nose for the ball. It seemed like he was in the right place at the right time, and this year, maybe just due to amount of playing time or whatever it is that he's been going through, but he hasn't panned out. You guys are right. Like, he's not the player that I personally thought he would be. So
he's a glorified special teamer, in my opinion.
Yeah,
really. He was great on special teams last year. But
he's a track star. He
Right.
was a converted like track star. So you would think that he would be fast enough but then angles are not his thing. So.
And that's the other thing too, right? I know we had before issues within our special teams, right? But this was the year that we were like, everything's supposed to fall in place, and special teams have not been good. They've been penalized like crazy left and right off of stupid disciplined plays that they should have.
Yep.
I'm talking about Herb Charles.
I know
I love Herb Charles and everything like that, but again, and exactly that brings me up to the point where I was going to talk about that when we were speaking in regards to the secondary. Bernard Converse, what happened to him?
Yeah.
Like, he was having a great offseason and training camp and the whole nine, and then just like that, he's gone, disappeared.
Yeah, he seems to be made of glass, that guy. He can't get on the field.
Correct.
He can't get on the field.
LSU guy, right?
LSU guy, yeah.
LSU guy, right? Yeah.
Getting to Irv Charles, how much of a downgrade has he been from Hardy? Jesus.
Huge.
I mean, it's been huge.
Yeah.
Hardy was
a special. He was special.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
But, and he would keep people accountable for crap, because he was the guy on the sidelines of special teams that was getting in people's faces and making sure they were lined up where they were supposed to be and all that. You don't, you don't.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. I'm just saying, like, these points that Dan's making, Infrared's making, like, coaching makes the difference.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
You're right. When the inmates run the asylum, it's mayhem. So
Do you blame? And I'm gonna ask people in the chat and you guys. Do you blame the culture of this like lackadaisical, like just come what may? Look at this guy's head, and like, is it Aaron Rodgers?
no,
Like what? Like when he has like this,
No,
attitude.
it's Saleh. It was Saleh and Douglas.
You think it's the Saleh and Douglas
Yeah,
influence?
I do, and I think Rodgers went there because he can manipulate that.
Correct.
That's what
I like. I think with this team, all they've ever known is coaching. I mean, not coaching. I wish. All they've ever known is losing, right? And it's just been embedded in the walls of the facility in MetLife when you put on that green and white, and it needs to be stripped out, man. They need to have some kind of like sage cleansing inside there,
exorcism or something.
Something that needs to be done and all that to get rid of all that losing stuff, because that's all they know. Like when you get a coach that comes in here, right, the first thing I want the coach to say is, I do not want you guys to start gloating about anything because you guys haven't done shit. This organization has sucked for the past how many years? You guys have not had a winning freaking season in the past 9-10 years or whatever it is and all that. And it changes now. You want to play for the New York Jets and you want to be a professional, you need to show out. And I'm going to be fair to everybody. I don't care who it is that's on there. If you lose your freaking spot on the roster because the next man beat you, that's on you and all that. And it needs to be done. And it's not. I don't want the friendship type of coach anymore. It didn't work, and it's not going to work. These are some grown-ass men that are like, fuck it, I'm still making millions.
It ruins it.
That coach is? Who's that coach, Johnny?
Flores, Rabel. I mean, these are the guys for me that I want in there. I want them asshole coaches, guys.
Yeah. Alan, call in if you want. Does anyone
call?
I
actually have to get going. My father just called. So I appreciate you guys having me on, man. I really do.
Big fella, always a pleasure,
like
man.
Coming in.
We love you coming in, man.
Thank you so much, man. Yeah. Great show, and I'll talk to y'all soon.
Hey, go Dogs.
Hey. All right. Go Vols, brother. All right. Talk to you later.
All right. Take care.
Yeah, Alan, we're open, man. Go ahead, call in, bro. Yeah. Jets therapy inside here.
Right.
And hey, Clay Holmes just signed with the Mets on there. So the starting rotation right now is Peterson, Holmes, Kandaya, Senga, Montez. So they're doing something, man. What's up, Alan?
Look at you! Look at your Mets signing ex-Yankee garbage. God bless you.
We got a
couple of comments on Rodgers.
What happened? What happened to Alan? Mic'd up Alan.
I didn't feel like going upstairs. I'm with my dog watching Boise State, so that's it. And I grew up a huge Rodgers guy. I just like the attitude. I like the arrogance. I just like the swagger. And what I've watched this year is an absolute imposter.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel bad for all Jet fans. And I mean, they're in my age group, even a little older, who want to bring him back, believing that he's going to be coming back and returning to Green Bay form. Unfortunately, that's just not going to happen anymore. He turned 41 on Monday.
Yeah.
And what I've noticed in watching him is I'm watching a guy who has happy feet. He's afraid to get hit, as Leonard Williams said in his press conference. And when that happens, that's when you need to look in the mirror and realize that your career is over. Unfortunately for the Jets, the culture that they've built, they don't have an owner who has the intestinal fortitude to tell their quarterback it's time to go. Until that happens, this will continue to be one of the biggest laughing stocks in sports. Unfortunately, that's the case. As you said, and as I said for the last couple of years, Robert Saleh ran a country club. Okay.
Mhm.
He wanted to befriend everybody. I remember him as a defensive coach. He was always the rah-rah guy. And unfortunately, when you take that next step and become a head coach, you have to enforce some discipline. And he never knew how to do it. And to me, going forward, they just have to clean house, like top to bottom clean house. Like 2025 to me is a transitional year. You see how many guys they have with void years that won't even be on the team next year?
Huge.
Reed, Tyron Smith, Tyler Conklin, Alan Lazard, Javon Kinlaw, Hassan Reddick. All those guys will be cap hits, and they'll be gone as well.
Yeah, it's like 25. It's like 25 free agents that we have coming up this upcoming end of the season. It's crazy. It's a lot.
I mean, they went all in this year and just threw all the money and just used their credit card and moved it down the line. Unfortunately, down the line is next year and beyond. And if I was them, I would cut Rodgers. I would cut Adams. Save 36 million, I believe, if it's post 6-1. I'd get rid of Lazard. I would just start anew. This roster, to me, might be 60% gone going into next season.
Would you trade?
But you have to give your what?
Would you trade any stars?
I would.
For more capital?
I would.
Yeah.
I would.
Who'd you give up?
I don't know what the package could be for Sauce. I don't think you can get as much as you'd want to.
Yeah.
I brought up Garrett Wilson, and I got a lot of pushback on that.
Of course.
I'm looking at Garrett Wilson entering his 4th season, unsure who his quarterback is going to be next year.
Right.
So you're thinking to yourself, he has his 4th year. They'll obviously pick up his 5th year. So if you're Garrett Wilson and you're watching players throughout the league making plays, getting numbers, winning games, if you're him, why would you want to come back here? I understand people are like, oh, he's gonna want the money. Of course he's gonna want the money. Yeah. He's gonna get $30 million a year. But if you're him, why take $30 million here, play for your 3rd quarterback, unsure who your next quarterback is gonna be, and be frustrated because you're going to continue to lose. So if there is a package out there of a team that wants to give us multiple ones or multiple ones in a player, like I brought up the Chargers, who might need a number 1 receiver to complement McConkey, that would be a perfect scenario.
Sure.
I love Garrett Wilson. I think he's a great player, but I'm thinking about the player here. And I'm thinking, why would the player want to stay and endure another season with a subpar quarterback?
Yeah, and his pedigree is winning.
Alan, yes. So to your point in regards to that, I said that lot earlier in the season, and I got killed for it because I was like, bro, look at Garrett Wilson and his body language at these press conferences and stuff like that. And they were supposed to win. They were supposed to be really, really good. And it's the same shit. It's that whole abusive women syndrome crap that we have as a Jets franchise that he's seeing firsthand. So then I'm like, how do you keep this guy? If I'm him, right, I don't really have that much of a tie, essentially, right? Because I'm a kid that went to Ohio, right? So you know what I mean? So like I'm just like, I don't know. I seen these other guys doing this. I see the Commanders and what's happening over there with the good quarterback that's going on. Why should I stay here? That's why I said, well, why don't we take a swing at Justin Fields and bring Justin Fields, and that might keep Garrett Wilson here. because of the connection. That was his quarterback, right? He does know Ruckert as well. There's somewhat of a connection there. And he's like, shit, the Jets maybe kind of do care about what I'm saying and what I'm thinking. Maybe I'll stay because of that. I'm like, I was just thinking of all that, but people were ripping me about it, bro. They were on the same thing. They're like, oh, no this, no that. And I'm like, bro, let's be honest with it. If you're consistently losing and that you're the best player on the offense and everything, and you could potentially go, perfect example, to the Chargers, right? And have Justin Herbert throw the damn ball to you, and some of these balls that he throws to you, and they're deep balls that I could run and get. Why would you not want to go? So
Absolutely.
it's a tough conversation that needs to be talked about, and people don't want to hear it because us as Jet fans, right, we have that attachment to a lot of these players and stuff like that. And we could talk shit about our players, but you better believe that nobody else could talk shit about our players, So
I truly also believe that, and I'll say I'm guilty as well. I think we overrated the talent on this team. I think there is talent on this team. It's not as robust as people think, okay? Their secondary, first of all, they have no safeties. None. I know you like Chuck Clark. Chuck Clark can go. I don't really need him back. He's damaged goods, okay? I worry about Sauce playing man. I think he's a zone corner. And if they bring in a new defensive coordinator, he'll have to adjust to the type of player that he is. DJ Reed's gone. I'm a little disappointed that they were not able to trade him before the deadline to get themselves a player or a pick in the third round, maybe, to help them going forward. I don't even know it. I can't even read half this stuff.
He said that you've been on point on the most part over the whole Jet debacle and all that. I mean, you said the stuff that we've had conversations off air.
Yes.
And it's this thing, like, people don't want to hear it. It's the attachment that they have to the team. And when you say something negative about it, nobody wants to hear it, because I know you're a diehard, and I'm
a huge fan.
And I know you want us to win and all that, but you just been dealing with it for so damn long.
Yeah.
It's like, that's all we know is losing.
Right.
I have a major problem with the delusional Jet fan. I do. Unfortunately, there are more of those than you think. There are delusional Jet fans who truly believe if they bring back a 41-year-old Rodgers, that he'll come back and beat Green Bay Rodgers. To me, that's a delusional fan. You've watched him throughout the year. He's washed. He's not the same player. He doesn't have the same mobility. And what's even worse now, he's missing open receivers. Mm-hmm. That's not Rodgers. Right. This is a shell of his former self. The Fields talk is interesting. I don't like the way he throws the football, but there definitely is a chemistry with him and Wilson and him and Ruckert based on their days back at Ohio State. Maybe that's a one-year dart throw. I still think that the Jets should draft a quarterback on day 2 this year. I would not draft one of the top 2 guys because I don't think they'll be at that position to draft either Ward or Sanders. Again, I'd rather draft one of the big defensive players and build the defensive line, play Graham next to Williams, and have the 2 edges stay as is. As far as the coach is concerned, to me, Flores is an interesting guy because I still need to know what happened with him and Tua. I know that he wasn't really a big fan of getting Tua. I think they said that he wanted Herbert more than Tua, and that was a bone of contention in Miami. But there was something more than meets the eye over there. I'd like to know what happened there. I mean, he's an option. He's an asshole, which this organization needs.
Thank you.
But I need to know a little bit more. I keep hearing. Go on.
So they had one of the beat writers, I guess, was on one of the so he was on the Boy Green show that does for Florida and for Miami Dolphins and a whole nine, and they brought that up, and he said he was like Flores got the ring around. Like they fucked him.
He got
Like
shafted.
he got shafted really
Yeah.
bad over
Mhm.
there and all that because he wasn't aligning with what ownership
Greer. I
was
think
wanting
Greer,
to
yeah.
do
Or
and
Greer
what the
and Ross.
GM wanted to do
Yeah.
and all that. And he was like, Tua soft. He's gonna get hurt. And look what happened. And
He
all
did.
that, you know. And again, I'm a Flores guy. I want that. I like that assholeness. That's why when Alan, and you said a little bit earlier today too, with the whole Ben Johnson comment that he came out and said, why would you not be like that?
Of
When
course.
you are essentially right, all the teams are going to roll out the red carpet for you because you're the new hot toy that everybody wants and all that. And why not take your time to pick where you want to go and knowing your value? I don't see anything wrong with that.
Not at all.
And what he said, you have to have that type of a spine to play in New York because we don't want a Salah all over again. We don't want Ulbrich where these guys are just saying, I got to take a hard look at the film. Practice was great this week and all that. I just don't know why it doesn't transition into the damn game on Sundays when we play.
Ulbrich should never be in the position that he's in anyway. He didn't ask to be in that position. He's forced in that. He's a square peg in a round hole. He's a defensive coordinator. Like that's what he is. There's nothing beyond that. This is just he's a life preserver basically. They needed someone. Yeah, they needed to put someone in that position. So why not him?
People punish Ben Johnson because of the talent that Detroit has surrounded him with. Okay. Jared Goff, when he got there, he was a damaged quarterback. He did not play well the last year and a half in LA. Okay. He got there and Ben Johnson made Jared Goff into a top 6-7 quarterback in the league. They do have talent around him, but the schemes are just so creative. And that's why I'm intrigued by the guy. Do I know if he's going to be a great great head coach? I don't. But I listened to comments by his players. I heard Jahmyr Gibbs fawn all over him. I hear Amon-Ra St. Brown talk so highly of him. So I like the idea of bringing a young offensive mind in the likes of Sean McVay or a Kyle Shanahan. Guys who have an offensive mind who could be creative. Like you watched that game last night. Some of those play calls are ridiculous.
Correct.
They're just ridiculous. Even on fourth down, the Gibbs touchdown where he just went around the top. It was just beautiful. And the Jets don't have creativity. They're a vanilla offense. And I think it's imperative for the Jets to be a little bit more offensive-minded, especially in this league. Unfortunately, I don't think Ben's going to come here. I think the only job that makes sense for him right now would be Chicago to work with Caleb Williams, unless Cincinnati wants to blow it up, and then he can go coach Joe Burrow over there. But I agree with both you guys. This team needs an asshole. This team needs guys, and that's the problem with some of these guys, these players on this team. They got soft when Salah left because the country club was over. That's why you watch a guy like Sauce Gardner. Can you win with Sauce Gardner? Sometimes I watch Sauce Gardner. He seems disinterested. I don't want guys like that. I want assholes. DJ Reed is 5 inches shorter than Sauce Gardner, and he plays like an animal. Yeah. I'm sad to see him go for nothing.
Me too.
But the problem is I don't know which coach is going to come here and kick ass to some of these younger guys who's been used to skating by in a country club environment. I don't know.
Alan, and that's why I said, like, when the coach comes in, right, one of the first things that I would love for the coach to do is have a meeting with everybody and say, listen, guys, right, I don't care what you've done and what you've done in the past and all that. First and foremost, you're a Jet, but all this organization has known is losing. And that shit stops right now. All right. If you are our top guy and all that, but the next guy who's been on the bench waiting to get his chance and he outbeats you, then I'm putting that guy in there and all that because he deserves it. He wants it more than you. prove to me that you should be in the position where you're at. Be a professional and act like one and have that hunger. Because all year we kept hearing, right, dude, why is it that this team, like when they do something right or they score or anything like that, it's like everybody's just like, oh, cool.
Because we don't do it often.
You know, I mean, yeah, but this still, like when you get a sack and all that, right? You guys remember when Quincy used to do the sack uppercut and all that? It used to be 3-4 guys behind him, right?
Yeah.
It's not happening anymore.
That's just him.
Right? It's just himself. Jermaine Johnson with the whole Florida State stuff like that, right? A whole bunch of them used to do that. Doesn't happen anymore and all that. It's just there's no heart with this team, and you need a coach that could coach these guys and put them in place. That's why, again, with the Ben Johnson stuff and what he said, I like that when he said that shit. You know, he has balls,
right?
And it's what's needed. That's why I said the Herm Edwards, your Parcells, these guys that didn't give a shit if you like them or not or whatever, but they were getting the job done as it needed to be. You know, you just don't. You don't have it. We have an identity crisis because what are the Jets? We don't know.
You don't know.
Johnny Allen, Rex Ryan, he's an asshole too.
He is.
Why not?
Yeah, but that time has passed, in my opinion. I just don't want him back. I mean, you look at the last couple of years when he was here, it was a disaster. And he thought he was the GM as well. All I remember is drafting Quentin Copels over Chandler Jones, and it just gave me nightmares. And that was Rex Ryan.
Yeah.
But bottom line for me is, to Jet fans, look at 2025 as a transitional year. You got to pay the piper for what you expected in 2024. You're going to pay upwards of $30 to $40 million on the cap to guys that are not even going to be on this roster. Even more if you include Rodgers. That's going to be a $49 million chunk hit. So I expect their dead cap, if they include Rodgers, to be over $100 million next year. And then you realize you have to start from scratch. Unfortunately, it might cost you one of the 2022 picks. It might cost you a Garrett if you're going to trade him. It might cost you a Sauce. But again, you have to build this the right way. Unfortunately, Joe Douglas picks players and had no purpose for those players. The same thing with Saleh. Saleh thought he could be nice to his players, befriend his players. And after a while, these players just completely shit on him. Okay. But bottom line is the Jets are in a rebuilding situation because they don't have a quarterback. If you don't have a quarterback in the NFL, you are a nothing organization.
100%.
Unfortunately, that's the case.
Alan,
but I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And have a great Friday night, guys.
Alan, hold on. Before you go off, let me ask you one last thing real quick, right? So every single year we've had these expectations that have been put on us, right, with everything. And yes, I agree with you in the regards of the rebuilding piece because I think that's where we're going. It has to happen, right? As much as we don't want it to occur, it's going to happen, right? If we want to be better for the moving on years and all that, right? I also think of not having all that expectation put on us, and the guys that coming back and stuff like that are not going to have that. And that might give another spark that we win games where we're not supposed to win these games. And we're talking a little bit different in regards to that. I could see that happening, right? The Giants, when they won in the Super Bowl. Now, I'm not saying Super Bowl, okay? But what I'm saying is, right, they had the whole, what the fuck are you guys doing? We suck, right? Coughlin had to put himself down and be able to do that. Do you think there's a possibility that something like that might occur for us this upcoming year?
The only way it happens if we find lightning in a bottle in a quarterback in the 2025 draft. Because to me, what?
But you don't think that there is a bridge quarterback that could potentially be
I
that
do not.
for us? Okay.
I don't.
I agree. I agree with you on that because if you look at the quarterbacks that are free agents right now, it's bad, bro.
It's not good.
I'm over here talking about putting Jameis Winston in here so it could be fun at least. Like, you know.
I don't know. Fields does it's an interesting thought.
It is.
It is, but I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thanks, Alan. Have
Later,
a great
dude.
night.
That was a good call, man, from Alan.
Yeah, he
Real
makes
good call.
he makes valid points all the time. People don't like to listen to him, but
No.
he makes valid points. He is the brain of all the old Jets fans who are not he's just not afraid to say it, and
Correct.
that's the thing. I mean,
Rick
like
Kent
is not afraid to say it either.
Correct.
Yeah,
and Rick Kent was making some true statements on there
sure.
and all that, talking about Rex Ryan and not being an individual that had, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, it's completely right.
Again, I like to play devil's advocate all the time and just be like, well, Rex Ryan has balls too. He's saying that he's the best coach available and that he's going to take us to the Super Bowl and all that type. Well, what else is he going to say, right? He's looking for a place to live and he's looking for a place to coach again. If he's going to coach, he's going to coach in New York. So he says that he's a Jet and that he's going to, be good for the Jets.
So I say this to that, right? If he loves the Jets so much, right? And let's just say that we get one of the better offensive-minded coaches to come over here and Ben Johnson, right? And he's in Detroit. What's his name's son? Rex Ryan's son is one of the guys over there, right, on the coaching staff, right?
Isn't he like a QB coach or something?
Correct. He brings him over, right? And then he reaches out to Rex and says, hey, Rex, look, I would love for you to be a defensive coordinator. Do you think he takes that? And would we want that to happen?
He's already put it out into the ether. Whoa. He's already put it out into the ether that he wants to be the head coach. So I don't believe that he comes in and takes a defensive coordinator position when he's already put it out there that he wants to be the head coach. I think it's difficult to do.
True. But I mean, if he goes through it and doesn't happen and they still reach out to him to do that, right? Swallow that damn pride of yourself and do. I mean, his dad did it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he did do it. I don't know. That's a Rex call. I think I don't know. I don't see him taking a backseat to anybody. I think he wants to be the top dog. He was the top dog before. He wants to come back as the top dog. So I don't think he would take a defensive coordinator position, in my opinion. I don't know. I do know, and I don't know.
Tough, man.
Yeah. Did we blast through all these things? Yeah, we did. I was just like, Aaron Rodgers next year, right? Jets future coach. We went to.
Let me ask you this one for you then. I'm
What's
going to
that?
ask you this, right?
Yeah.
The cockroach of the New York Jets, Coach Boyer.
Yeah.
Does he
survives,
make it?
right?
Does he survive the nuke that's about to occur?
No, I don't think so. I think he finally has, he's finally met the boot that is wedged that can get him in the corner. Because he's always running into the corner, right? Cockroaches, they always run into the corner. You can never get them with your shoe. Your shoe's rounded at the end, and they're always like just enough in the corner to evade your shoe. But I think the next person who comes in has a pair of cowboy boots on and right in the corner, they're going to squash him. It's going to be a total rebrand. It's going to be a total decimation of coaching. You would think that they would retain one or two coaches, but I don't think it's happening. I really don't.
They don't need to. They need to get rid of everything that's there. Look, I love Middleton, right?
Yep.
I actually like Jefferson that's over here, but you have to get that stench out of there, man. Like, get it out, come in completely fresh, brand new, put in guys that have no alliance to any of the players there and go that. And Rick Kent is completely right. The tight ends have regressed so much this year, right? But how much of that is the tight ends and how much of is that on Rodgers, though? Yeah,
not utilizing them the way he should.
You know what I'm saying? Because I was thinking that they were going to be utilized like crazy because, that was Rodgers back in the day.
Yeah. So, they're the outlet, right?
Correct.
And you don't know what you're not in the building. We're not in the building. I don't know what to believe, because when you take a look at, like, now the big fella says, he's done with Ruckert. I just don't understand what happened to Ruckert, because when he was with he was the ultimate blocking force as a tight end, right? And I think he still is. I think he's a very, he's a solid blocker. But there were glimpses of him at Ohio State where he was a receiving threat. You thought that, because who they had, Olave, right? And they had Garrett Wilson. They were stealing they basically dominated all the receiving stuff. And he really wasn't used as a receiving tight end. And then when he came here, you thought that he had the potential to become a great receiving tight end. And then when Rodgers came here, who likes to utilize the tight end so much, you thought, now this is his chance. And I went to training camp. I sat with Nate. We watched Rucker take reps, and he's sitting there and he's like catching the ball like over and over again. I was like, wow, this is the year that Ruckert's going to break out, and he's going to be this miraculous receiving tight end. And then flat line, nothing. Like strange.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This is why I keep calling this year, this New York Jets team, the what ifs. That's what I call them. It's the year of the what if.
Or what happened.
Well, I say what if, we would have benched Zerline a lot earlier, right? And it would have been different. Or what if, Cyber, whatever the hell his name, would have been the guy, because he outbeat him during the offseason.
Yeah, but now he's shit in the bed too, right?
Yeah, but
Cyber's shit in the bed now.
But he was doing so well in the very beginning that we would have been talking about that. I don't know, man. I'm just, what if this? What if that?
Yeah. What if Rodgers didn't get bent into a pretzel, during the Vikings game?
Yeah, going into that Vikings game, he was the third most hit quarterback in the league, the fifth most sacked quarterback in the league. It was crazy that nobody was talking about that. And
but now the O-line is protecting him well.
Good. Yeah,
right?
I know
it took a little bit of time. So they have evolved. The offensive line has evolved. He's not getting hit as much, but he seems just the same.
100% agreed. Snowball.
Yeah.
Why do we do this to ourselves, man?
Because we're Jet fans and we have nothing else to do.
Rick has the truth, man. Now he just can't throw.
Yeah. it's an age, like, where he can't throw. He's afraid to throw. He can't plant. He doesn't see the field. He can't see open receivers. He's Aaron Rodgers, and it's like Old Yeller, right? Like, you love Old Yeller. Like, Old Yeller is your love, the light of your life, and it's a shame to see them go down in flames.
So it's like what happened to the Fonz in Happy Days when he realized that he was the old guy and he couldn't do it anymore the way he used to be. Hey, you're muted.
I'm coughing up a lung here. I don't know what it is. It's the dry air down in this basement. But it is. When Fonzie figured out he was the old man and he couldn't do it the way he did it.
Look at Rick Kent. You brought up Old Yeller. Now you got him crying on over here, man.
Yeah.
Dude, but that is the truth, man. A lot of people don't talk about that. Right. Old Yeller, bro. And what they did to Old Yeller.
But it's also like bringing your family pet to the vet when you got to put him down. They just decrease in capabilities and stuff, and no one wants to do it. Like nobody on the Jet staff wants to put Rodgers down.
Yeah, you're completely right, man. When we had to put our family dog down, that sucked, dude. It's tough, bro. And they don't know what's going on, but they're still happy and they see everybody there together. And then they come over, dude, with the needle and they just put it in and
Yeah.
they just start seeing their start going down and
Right?
tongue comes out. Oh, so bad, bro.
Is that Aaron Rodgers? Is Aaron Rodgers our family pet? That he had so much damn potential. This is such a sad story.
But that's the thing. Like, he was not supposed to be playing hero ball. Like, he wasn't, right? Like, he was supposed to be. Brees Hall was supposed to be the guy with his big back and Braylon Allen, right? It was supposed to be giving the ball. How many attempts did Brees have last week? Like 12 again or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Braylon Allen like 6
Mm-hmm.
or 8 or something to that extent.
Right.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Like,
You
why
think it's a conspiracy theory?
I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I think that Aaron Rodgers is still trying to be that guy, and he's like, I don't fucking need a running back. I'm gonna take it and do it my damn self and all that. And he's throwing behind people or it's
so
just
when he
bad.
audibles at the line, you think it's really a run play, and he's like, "Screw that! I'm going to pass this rock."
Yep.
Might
And
be.
he's getting freaking beat by the defenses, man.
Yeah.
Dude, the perfect play to sum it all up is the pick 6. They were showing cover 0, right? And that's everybody there. And then all of a sudden, right, he's at 2 seconds. They just all come back.
Yeah.
And freaking Leonard Taylor, right? Is his name? I forgot.
Leonard Williams.
Leonard Williams.
Yeah.
Goes out and he freaking bats the ball, grabs it, and runs it.
Yeah.
It was the craziest play to me. And I'm like,
well, you got 20 years of tape on a guy. You're going to see his tricks, you know?
Exactly. It's not going to work. The cadences stuff it's not working, bro. Like, they know what you're doing.
You see him, he's up there and he's like, come on, move. And they're all like, you're just taking this down to 2-1. That's it. We know. Yeah.
PEDs, Rick, by PEDs. Okay. That's how that happens. Okay.
How does a defensive lineman run 92 yards? Well, he looks at his old number and he says, you know what? I'm going to run my old number. Right? Wasn't Leonard Williams 92?
Yeah, it was 92, I believe. Yeah.
So he's just like, I'm gonna run the amount of yards that I used to wear when I was here.
That was the ultimate kick to the nuts. Okay, that game, because everybody thought it was gonna be Geno Smith, right? Was gonna have this crazy game against us.
Yeah.
And it's not. Ends up being freaking Leonard Williams, and he ends up winning Defensive Player of the Week. Like,
right.
The Jets, man.
But didn't we have the offensive? No, we had the
special teams
player.
That's the other thing. How do you have that guy that you had in your practice squad, right? And he does way better than what we've had with what's his name playing there. It was the same situation we were talking about Corrington. Remember,
right?
We were like, oh my god, like
we got him.
We got him.
Right.
We got him. And his backup guy. And his backup is Gibson, which I could live with.
Yeah. And then we let him go to where'd he go? The Pats. Or the Bills?
Bills. He went to the Bills.
Yeah.
Exactly, Rick. He was on the practice squad since September. How is that happening? And big fella, you're completely right. We need a quarterback like Cujo, man, not old Yeller.
Yeah, we just got to wait for that Cujo, though. Listen, again, big fella likes dart, and I don't think that's a bad pick. I think
you like alll.
You throw a dart at that, or alll, right, or whatever, alll, or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of I like Will Howard. A lot of people don't like him, but I see a lot of I just see an oversized guy. So I like his stature, and I think he's dumb enough not to care.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think he's just dumb enough not to care. So if you brought him in, people start yelling at him, he'd just be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not on the board for Cam Ward. I'm not on the board for Sanders because, again, like
that's a package deal with Sanders, by the way.
Correct. Which this is one that's really kind of crazy for me with primetime, right? I would not mind primetime coming over here. Just because I can't wait to see the press conferences. I can't wait to see the show that will come along with it and everything, right? And look, him, Sauce, he could teach Sauce some things, man. You know, so
I guess
they're the same. They both couldn't tackle.
had to put his hand in the back of his head and
Yeah,
kick his
exactly.
legs when he's going. When he picks a ball for the second time.
But I say the Sanders thing as just playing around. It would be fun,
Yeah,
you know, but
that's
that's not
not
gonna
happening.
happen. That's not happening.
I know, but that it would be a freak show.
It would
like
be a complete
the-
shit show over here, man.
like the Tim Tebow freak show, and just the craziness that we've had to endure throughout the years. I was actually looking at quarterbacks who have started over the age of 40. So obviously, the number one quarterback who has started over the age of 40 would be who?
Doug Flutie,
Right,
Tom
Doug
Brady.
Tom Brady. Okay, so Tom Brady is like the number one quarterback who has started over the age of 40. But then you have people like
John Kidna,
Matt Hasselbeck,
Carson Palmer,
Brett Favre.
Kidna.
These are the top, I believe, the top 15 quarterbacks.
Name them all. I gotta hear this.
The records for starting quarterbacks over the age of 40, right? There have been 15 quarterbacks in the NFL history to start in the league after turning 40 years old, right? So this is who made the list and their records, right? So like you have Tom Brady, who is 3-13.
Dog.
Right? You have Matt Hasselbeck. I don't believe he played an entire season, but he was 5-3. You have Brett Favre, who is his tenure with the Minnesota Vikings. He was 13 wins and 12 losses. You have Brad Johnson, 1-2.
The
have
gunslinger, Brad Johnson.
Vinny Testaverde,
Vinny T.
right? He played with the Cowboys, the Jets, and the Carolina Panthers.
Franklin Square's finest, baby.
Franklin Square's finest. Sewantika graduate. Now here's your guy, the guy with the guns, Doug Flutie. He started over the age of 40. We have Warren Moon, who started over 40 with the Seahawks and the Chiefs. Steve DeBerg. I actually saw that game where he played over 40. That was, I believe that was against the Jets. He played for the Atlanta Falcons. Vince Evans was over the age of 40, starting for the Oakland Raiders. We have Len Dawson, who started for the Kansas City Chiefs, over the age of 40. Earl Morrall played for the Dolphins. You had Sonny Jurgensen, who played for the Washington Redskins, over the age of 40. Johnny Unitas played over the age of 40 for the San Diego Chargers. And Zeke Brakowski played for the Green Bay Packers over the age of 40. And Charlie Connerly played for the Giants over the age of 40. So we had a bunch of quarterbacks who have played over the age of 40, and none of them have been all that great, except for Tom Brady.
Oh, this is so bad.
So when you talk about quarterbacks over the age of 40, there hasn't been a lot of success, and everyone thinks that Aaron Rodgers is going to be this magic person who, over the age of 40, it doesn't happen.
Give me Jameis Winston. Let me have some fun next year.
Yeah,
let him throw for like 500 yards, bro. And
you want the Rocket Man. Why
the hell not? At this point, why not? Let Garrett Wilson have some fun out there. Let him,
Now, if Jameis Winston came here, do you think like Devontae Adams would stay because he would just think that like he's going to get the ball?
I don't know, man.
Corley, Adams, Garrett Wilson. You think they're all just running all over the field, just catching balls everywhere, and then getting picked off in front of their face every once in a while?
Dude, all I know is I would love to see him doing his freaking in the back, trying to get the guys to go off sides. He's like, "Come on, guys, somebody jump off sides." That shit was awesome, bro. I was like,
I was laughing my ass off.
yeah, well, this is amazing, man.
Yeah.
Big fella, completely. That is like
Right.
the best
He's-
description, right?
He's bipolar,
It's bipolar, bro.
right?
One play, you're like, holy shit, how did he do that? And then
Yeah.
the next play, you're like, holy shit, why did he do that?
Yeah, that last interception during that game,
It was bad, bro.
it was bad.
It was bad.
That was real bad. I don't know. It's a hit or miss thing with Winston. I like your idea of Fields.
I do like Fields. I've been going for Fields. I'm a Fields guy. I like Fields a lot.
Yeah.
You know, I think he's been given, you know, the short end of the stick.
That championship
stuff.
game, when it was him against Trevor Lawrence, and he took a beating. That guy was driven into the ground, and you were like, how the hell is he getting up?
Correct.
And he got up, and he finished the game, right? Rick thinks Fields stinks. Fields stinks, he says.
I don't know, man. I would, if we get a guy that comes in here like a Ben Johnson that could really scheme him up really well.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think there's a lot more upside than what people give it. And again, Rick, the reason why I say Fields is I think that's the way we keep Garrett Wilson long term. To be honest with you, I think he's tired of playing with so much of different quarterbacks. So, like, let's name the quarterbacks that he's played with, right? Zach Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Tim Boyle, Trevor Siemian, whatever the hell his name is,
Mike White.
right? Mike White, Shrevler, Josh Johnson, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Right?
Josh Johnson was one of our better quarterbacks.
Like, that's 7.
Yeah.
And how many years has he been here?
Yeah, I know. A blink of an eye. So
no, Rick, I know that. I understand that piece, but I'm talking about like after that, like long-term wise, because I want Garrett Wilson to be a Jet for life. Like, he's one of those players that, like, I love the way he plays. I love his attitude and everything like that. He's a guy that's a Jet, you know. But I think that maybe brings him back or something like that, you know, with I'm just hoping, at least, I guess.
Do you see this? Do you see this? Ben Johnson will be Zach Wilson of coaches this cycle.
I mean, it could be, or he could be the second coming of Sean McVay.
So do you think that the big fella thinks that Ben Johnson is the second best choice?
Could be. I don't know, man.
They thought Trevor Lawrence was number 1, right?
Dude, look, again, big fella, I've been on here that I want Flores. Now that the Vrabel conversation, and he really put his hat in the convo, right, of stuff, that would really be kind of I would love that. I would love Vrabel to come over here and all that. He's another guy, you know, that's no nonsense. But I want Flores. Like, Flores is who I want. I think it means a lot too, being from New York, and you want to do right by your state, you know. So, and I've said it 100 times before. You win with the New York Jets, you're fucking known forever. Rex Ryan is a perfect example. He only had 2 good years with us, right? And he's always known for those 2 years. Nobody talks about what he did over there with the Bills.
Which was not much. I mean, It was, but it wasn't. You know, he kicked us out. He got rid of us. We had a chance.
I mean, but you knew that game, he circled that shit.
Oh, sure. Yeah, he's like, I know what they're going to do, so I'm just going to screw them. Anyway, it's the truth. I like Flores. Rumors came out yesterday that, Pete Carroll is open to coaching again, too.
I do not want Pete Carroll coaching.
You don't want Pete Carroll?
That dude is 79, 158 years old.
I think he's 72.
Yeah, dude, I'm so scared for him to be on the sidelines and something out of nowhere. He's just, you remember when he got clipped on the sideline and he broke his leg and he was on the sideline with a cast?
But he chews that gum He looks over his, he bends over and he chews that gum.
I mean, the dude is in great shape. If you
Sure.
still see him, he takes care of himself really
Yeah.
well. I don't know, man. I would be open to it. It'll be better than what we have right now. I'll tell you that much.
You and I would be better than what we have right now. So that's not saying much.
Rick, no offense, Rick. No offense, Rick. You know I love you, man. Go Mets, baby.
What, Rick Kent is 72 also?
No, he just told me to tread lightly.
Well, Rick Kent said 72. And then he said, tread lightly, Johnny. So what is
Rick's my guy, man. What's going on, Rick?
Yeah, Rick is holding up the West Coast.
Rick, call in, man. It'll be awesome, dude, to have you on. I would love to get your perspective in regards of the coaching staff like that. Like I haven't seen you kind of talk about that anywhere out, and I know that you are a diehard as well.
Yeah.
So we had Big Fella, we had Alan on. We'll love to be able to kind of pick your brain a little bit.
And Johnny, we have invited Rick Kent onto Match Game, Jets Worldwide Match Game, several times. And he has said that it is way too early for him to come on. I don't think he can get his hair ready, in time. The man with the perfect hair. So
Perfect hair.
I don't think he can get on at this time. So now we're dealing like 6:30 West Coast time. No one wants to hear your opinion. You know what? I want to hear your opinion, Johnny.
I want to hear your opinion.
And I think the 75,000 other people in this chat want to hear your opinion as well.
Hell
if you
yeah.
haven't liked this video, like it. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, subscribe.
Please do.
So we await your arrival, Rick Kent.
And did you see Big Fella? Pete Carroll was with the Jets 30 freaking years ago. That's insane, man.
Yeah, it's true. And we sucked then too.
Yes, Rick's calling in, baby.
Oh,
let's go.
Good. Okay.
Hey, and by the way, if you ever get a chance, right, watch his when he was on the game show. It was so badass. I was so hyped for Rick on there because the host constantly was like, man, you are like so confident. You are so confident. And just Rick was just himself smiling and all that.
Which game show is this?
How to become I think be a
Who
millionaire.
Wants to Be a Millionaire? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
The host was a guest host. It was Tim Gunn from Project Runway.
Oh,
And
you
I didn't
didn't
even
get
know
the real McCoy, huh?
I didn't even know who he was.
The fashion question had me.
That's what was
dying.
my undoing.
Yep.
And he was a fashion guy, and I knew going in that I was going to get a fashion question that I was going to lose on, and that's what happened. But I'll tell you what happened when I came on. There were two on that show. There were two ways they would bring you on. Either they would introduce you and you'd walk out, or they would come back from a commercial and you would already be on set. And that's how I came on. The first contestant on that show lasted 2 questions. She got it wrong and she lost. And when she came out and they went to commercial and then she came out and she was in the hall crying. And I came onto the set and Tim Gunn looks at me and I looked at him and I said, what happened? That girl is crying. And he said, oh, I feel terrible. She got the second question wrong. We have to say goodbye to her. He goes, I'm really nervous. I've never done this before. And I said to him, don't worry about it. Because that was the 9th game show I've been on.
Right.
I said, don't worry about it. I'll do all the heavy lifting.
Oh.
And this guy just melted and like fell in love with me. And he was all over me. He was in my face the whole time.
Wow.
And I even tried to crack a joke at him and he didn't get it. I said, there's one point he says to me, well, you're an erudite fellow. And I said, are you making fun of me? And he's like, no, it's a compliment. I'm like, dude, I'm kidding. Man, I know what that means. It was pretty funny.
I love that he kept saying to you, you're such a confident guy. You're such a confident guy. It was so awesome. He's like, oh, he just answered his question with so much confidence again. It was awesome. Awesome, man. Awesome.
Well, you know the reason why he was saying that then, because Rick said he was going to do all the heavy lifting for him. So
well, you could. It's on YouTube. You could find it if you search my name and millionaire. You'll get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's Listen, my Jeopardy shows are much more impressive, but because I was a 3-day champion, but that's not online anywhere. You can't see it. So
Oh, you can't find that?
no, no. Sony is really diligent about taking their stuff off the internet.
Yeah.
So I have a friend that put it up back in 2007 after I was on, and it didn't even last an hour. It was taken down within an hour.
Oh wow.
And you can't upload it to Discord either because it won't take that file size.
Yeah, the files are too big. And that millionaire has been up on YouTube since 2011 or 2012, I think it aired it.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
it's
I
been
saw.
up there.
That's what I saw it. That's what I saw it. I
Yeah.
just typed in your name and
Yeah.
and
A
put-
friend of mine put it up there. A former coworker.
So
All right.
you have a more current winning streak than the Jets.
Yeah, no, I guess.
All right.
Jets
So
don't
let's
have a winning streak. You got to win
so-
2 in a row for the Jets to have a winning streak. They can't.
So
do
let's
it.
ask them. So let's ask them the questions in
What?
regards to that. All right. So the first one, bring it back
Wait.
up, Mr. Snowball.
Which
Wait,
one?
I want to say something. I had a chat that I thought was really brilliant, and you guys ignored it. I said if Jameis Winston comes here, the wide receivers are going to have as many tackles as catches.
I saw that. I busted out laughing when you said that.
I like that line.
Hey, but it would be fun, wouldn't it?
It
It's
would be very
gunslinger.
frustrating.
I mean, but more than this year.
He's like the term gunslinger is usually used for an irresponsible player with a big arm.
Yeah.
You know, there was that guy that used to be on the Bears, and then he played for the Redskins. Rex, somebody was a gunslinger. I forget his last name, and he had one good year, but he threw a lot of big passes. But got
Sexy
intercepted
Rexy.
a lot. No, I forget his name. It was Rex something.
Rex Goliath. No, that's a wine.
No.
Yeah. All right, Johnny.
Oedipus Rex. No, that's some guy who liked his mother.
Oedipus Rex, right?
Yeah.
So Johnny, we run through these fast forward with.
Yes, Rex
Rick.
Grossman. That's it, big
Rex
fella. Thank you.
Grossman,
You
right.
legend. This is why the big fella's a legend.
So I know what your answer is going to be for this. Then
What's that?
Aaron Rodgers next year.
Thoughts.
I'd rather see him go, but depending on who they would bring in, I think Rodgers he's showing he's got nothing left. He's just done. You know, I could be wrong. You know, I'm usually wrong about this kind of thing. Maybe he'll light it up in the next 5 games, but he's shown no inkling of doing that whatsoever.
You're a game show contestant, but are you a gambler?
I have been a gambler in my life, which has not worked to my advantage.
Yeah.
But I don't gamble very often anymore. But I could see either way. It depends who the coach is. It depends who the GM is. First of all, I would think they would hire a GM before a coach. I mean, all this talking about coaching is premature, I think.
100%.
But at 41 years old, Rick.
Yeah, I mean, what's he going to do at 41 years old?
And if you get a new coaching staff that comes in, you think
Johnny, how's my hair look?
Are they
It's really good.
It's always perfect.
I need a hair.
It's always on point.
It's always on
It's
point.
getting
Perfect.
long. Thank you.
But does Rodgers adapt to a new, like? Oh, did you get a cut?
No, it's just down.
Jeez.
It's the hat holding it up.
Yeah.
That's all.
Does he adapt to a new system or?
Oh, he can play in any system. I think he's a smart guy. Despite what Colin Coward says, he has a high football IQ. But does he want to learn a new offense? That's a lot of it. Also,
Yeah.
So Rick,
he
so
wants
then,
to do.
so I'm gonna ask you this because I've been on saying the same thing. Like for me right now, it's who's the GM. Like that's important first.
Yeah.
We need to knock that out to see then who you bring in from there, right? Because you already have Rabel.
Viewers.
Oh no! All right, well,
It was 8 viewers. Now it's 7. Oh, it's 7 because I called in. That's why.
Yeah. All right,
we're holding everybody.
So what
Build
GM?
it up. Listen, I'll start taking clothes off. No. All right.
So what GM would you like?
Oh, 8.
Like top 3 GMs for your side?
I don't know GMs. Like every time they mention all these guys, I have no idea who they are.
Yeah.
So I don't know this guy in Pittsburgh or that guy in Buffalo. I don't know who they are. I know more about coaches, and I don't know all that much about them, but I know coaches that I like. But I can't give you any opinion on GMs because I don't know who these guys are.
I think that's why most Jets-centered shows revolve around the idea of head coach, because we don't run in the circles of GMs. And
Yeah.
I'm perfectly in line with you, Rick. I don't know one GM from the other, and I don't know one assistant GM from the other either. So
I had never heard of Joe Douglas before the Jets signed him.
Right.
I had never heard of Mike Maccagnan. I wish I'd never heard of Mike Maccagnan. I'd never heard of John Idzik. I'd never heard of any of these guys.
Right. Yeah.
So I can't comment on GMs. I don't know anything about them.
Now-
They're either scouts or bean counters. You know, Douglas was a scout, and Idzik and Maccagnan Maccagnan was a scout, but Idzik was an accountant.
So to put this topic to bed, Aaron Rodgers, you're a no for next year.
I don't want to see him back, but if he comes back, you know, all right, I have to tell you who works in my office. You ever see the 30 for 30 about John Elway and how his agent orchestrated his trade? It's all about his legendary agent, Marvin Demoff. Marvin Demoff works in my office.
That's
I see
awesome.
him every day. Shannon Sharp is in my office 4 days a week meeting with him. It's his only client who still works, I think, is Shannon Sharp. But Marvin Demoff is in his 80s. He comes to work every day. He tried to sign Caleb Williams and he met with him, but he didn't sign him. But he's still active, I guess, as an agent. But, you know, his clients are all retired. Jonathan Ogden comes in to see him, and you know, Shannon Sharp comes in. He did Shannon Sharp's deal for ESPN. I mean, he still works. But I'm very friendly with his assistant, who's a very nice lady. She's a huge sports fan, and she hates Aaron Rodgers. And she said to me before the season, "How can you root for Aaron Rodgers?" And I looked at her and I said, "He's the quarterback of my team. I have no choice. I have to root for him." I said, "Do I like him on a personal level? I don't. I think he's a lunatic, but and an asshole. But he's a great quarterback, or he has been a great quarterback. So I have to root for him. If Aaron Rodgers is the Jets quarterback next year, I have to root for him. I have to hope he does well. But, you know, I'm not going to sit here and snipe at him like some people do. But I don't think he's any good anymore. I really don't. And I don't want to see him back. But if he's back, what choice do we have?
It's popular
I have to
opinion.
root for him.
Rick, it's a popular opinion.
So I'm gonna say this.
I'm a popular guy.
You are a popular guy.
No, I'm not. I'm nobody.
Yeah, Nah, that's not true. Come on, man.
Not with the Asmaniacs and all the other people, you know.
Rick
You're
and
a legend.
Snowball. So
Yeah.
what about this, right? Now, we all know Woody Johnson likes to make headlines a lot, right? If he can, he will, right? Now there's some articles that have come out in regards of about potentially the Jets looking at bringing the first time GM as a woman and Dawn Aponte, I think her name is, and all that.
Yeah,
she used to
I've
be
actually heard of her. She used to work for the Jets.
For the Jets as an accountant back in the day, went up as VP positions of personnel for like the Dolphins, I think for like Denver or something crazy like that. But the talk is that she's a no nonsense individual, right? A lot of guys fear her, right? So how would you guys feel about potentially making that type of a splash move for Woody Johnson and the Jets?
Me
First time.
personally,
Rick, yeah.
I think Dawn Aponte is extremely qualified, and if they hired her, I'd be fine with it. I'm not one of these people that thinks women need to be held out of these jobs. That the woman that the Miami Marlins hired to be the first female GM, her name is escaping me. I just had it on the tip of my tongue. I don't remember it. Kim Eng, I think her name was. She built a playoff team, and then they started to fuck with her, and she quit. She said, "I'm not taking this shit," and she left. And she did really well. I think Dawn Aponte would be fine.
I agreed 100% with you.
I think she's tough. She can negotiate with all these guys. She can hang with them. You know, she's the one candidate I know about because she had worked for the Jets, and I know she's had a big career and she's very qualified. Now, you know, I don't know. I don't know that they're going to hire her. I have no idea. I mean, Woody does a lot of stupid things to get headlines. You know, that giant Woody thing that he wears.
I hate it.
I cringe every time.
Every
I see
time.
it. It's horrifying, and it was right there on Hard Knocks, you know. And even when they were drafting those guys, he's on the phone going, "Hey, you know who our quarterback is now, don't you?" I'm like,
it was so bad.
The fucking
It
asshole.
was so bad. But I say that, right, because look what Detroit did, right? And where they let the daughter of Ford or whatever his name was, the owners and all that, run them, and she made all these crazy moves. People were like pissed off at her because she gave the coach like a 5-year freaking contract or whatever, and they were like, you can't do that, he's a first-time guy over here, blah blah blah. And look what they've done, and look what they've built. So I'm on the same boat with you, Rick. Like,
I mean, they got lucky. Now that's more risky because she's basically a socialite. She's the son of a daughter of a very rich man who's never worked a day in her life and doesn't know anything about this. You know, at least Donna Ponte has come through systems and worked for several teams and built, you know, player development systems and stuff like that. You know, it's like Woody when he's going to hand the team over to his son, you know. He's a 78-year-old guy with an 18-year-old son from a trophy wife. Right. You know, his daughter from his first marriage died a couple of years ago, but he's got older kids. He's got kids older than we are, probably. Yeah. You know, and Woody Johnson is a trust fund baby who's never held a job in his life, and Chris is the same way. They're you know, very wealthy men from that nobody's ever said no to. So who knows?
If we take a female GM, can we get Connie Carberg in as the head of scouting?
Ah, she's amazing.
Back. She's awesome.
Every time she's on Jake's show, she's fantastic.
100%. 100%.
Let's just go the female route. Let's just, you know, pair it up.
I don't know how old Connie Carberg is. I think she's getting up there in age.
Doesn't matter.
I was trying to get her on the show. I was that close
on this
man,
show?
On Just for a While.
Just for a While match game?
On the match game.
You reached out to her?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Johnny had her on the doorstep.
She responded? Close. Can you have her sit next to Bobby Midnight on the screen?
Oh my goodness. Imagine
between
that.
Bobby Midnight and Abby?
Right.
So then, all right, so we talked about the GM, right? So then the coaching piece of it. You said you know a little bit more about the coaches.
Yeah, there are coaches I like, and
who would you be on? Who would you be on board? And which are the coaches you do like, and which are the ones you don't like, and why?
You know, I would much rather somebody with head coaching experience, but that doesn't mean anybody with head coaching experience. Like, you know, I'm always leery of Vrabel because he hired Downing and Keith Carter. And then Jake Asman will say, but he fired Keith Carter. And I'm like, yeah, under whose pressure did he fire Keith Carter? He loved Keith Carter, as far as I'm concerned. Because Keith Carter was a military guy and is a no-nonsense guy. And that's, you know, those players don't take to that, too much of that. You can only go so far with that kind of stuff with today's players. But I kind of like Vrabel. I wouldn't be upset if they hired him. I like Todd Monken. I thought they were about to hire Todd Monken when Peyton Manning called Chris Johnson on the phone and convinced him to hire Adam Gase at the last second.
And that's why I don't want Arch Manning over here, man. Fuck the Mannings for that, bro.
No, Arch Manning wouldn't even come here. Are you kidding me? You know, there's no way.
His dad already said, right? No
Jets.
Eli and Peyton's dad, right? Archie Manning
Archie,
Sr.,
the grandfather.
He said that he wants to go to Dallas.
Yeah, well, he's the one who demanded the trade. He said that Peyton wasn't going to play for the Colts in Baltimore. Right. Mm-hmm. You know, so there's no forget about Arch Manning. Even if the Jets have the first draft pick when he comes out, he'll do what Peyton did. Do you remember what Peyton Manning did? He spent a fifth year at Tennessee because the Jets were going to draft him when they had the first overall pick. He went back to college.
It's hysterical,
he didn't want to play
man.
for the Jets. Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
The Mannings have been fucking over the Jets for years.
Exactly.
And Peyton Manning especially. But You see, so I thought they should have hired Munkin then. It was his real chance, and then he went back to college, and he's a really good offensive coach, and I think he deserves a chance to be a head coach. And he can develop. He's developed quarterbacks everywhere he's gone, and yeah, female head coach. That's a little ridiculous. But do you know of any? I don't even know of any.
Yeah, is there a female head coach out there?
I mean, there's like assistant coaches that are out there that I know.
There are female like assistant coaches. They're like, I don't know what they're doing. What they obviously don't play football. I don't know. There are female coaches in baseball also.
Yeah.
But at least
Munkin, Vrabel.
I like Munkin as an offensive guy. I like Munkin. I like Vrabel.
Opinions on Flores?
Yeah, I like Flores also. I like Flores because Flores had the balls to call Tua out for what he is.
Thank you. Exactly.
Even though he alienated him and maybe traumatized him a little bit, I like Flores. He's a New York guy. He's a Brooklyn native. He's a badass.
And based on what he said about Tua, he's not afraid to speak the truth.
And he was right. Tua wound up with a really serious injury, and it's a serious concern going forward. Yeah. He's one hit away from being crippled or having to retire.
And then he got screwed over because he was winning too much.
Yeah, he had that good year last year.
Right.
But Flores, they screwed him over behind his back. They tried to bring in Tom Brady. They tried to bring in some coach, Peyton or somebody. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I like Flores. I think Flores, even though he's suing the league, he deserves another chance.
I think out of all the prospects, I'm on board with Flores the most.
Those are the three that I like the most. I hear other names, Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's so arrogant. I want him to crash and burn. Last year, when he backed out of the Commander's job, he said he wanted $15 million a year. Nobody's going to give him that. That's ridiculous. A first-time coach, nobody's made that kind of money.
You never get what you don't ask for, Rick.
He's so arrogant, though. He just bothers me. I don't like him. He's doing a great job, but that doesn't mean, Norv Turner was one of the best offensive coordinators of all time, was a horrible head coach in more than one place.
Well, all right. So future coaches, Vrabel, Munkin, Flores.
Yeah. All right. Here's who I don't like. I don't like Rex Ryan. Mm-hmm. Everybody's got these jet-colored glasses when they think about Rex Ryan. Rex Ryan inherited a championship caliber team from Mangini. He took over a team that should have won the championship. If they had a decent quarterback instead of Mark Sanchez, they would.
With an offensive line that was second to none.
And running backs, they had receivers, they had a defense, they had everything. That was a great team.
Then he got ripped.
The problem they had was they drafted Sanchez, who had only played 16 games as a college player. He needed to be coached, and he wasn't. They told him, don't lose the game for us. And every year he got worse until he was butt fumbling and imploding all over the place. And I blame Rex Ryan for all of that, and Brian Schottenheimer. Nobody even tried to coach this kid. Maybe he could have been good. I don't know, but he wasn't. And
he had those little signs, right? Like they would hold it up like, red.
That team got worse every year. And they were the least disciplined, most penalized team in the year every year. And Rex Ryan was the coach, was the player's friend. He was not a disciplinarian at all. And if you go and watch the 2010 Hard Knocks, you'll see he's a soundbite is all he is. He loves, and he used to go and guarantee wins and say, my players are tougher than your players. He put targets on his own players' backs.
I didn't come here to kiss Bill Belichick's ring.
Oh, I'm fine with him saying that. That doesn't bother me. But he'll say, Bart Scott's going to kill you. And then the next thing you know, there's 6 guys just destroying Bart Scott in the game. He provided more bulletin board material for the other teams than anything. I mean, he was crazy.
Bounty gate in reverse. Yeah.
But his father was the same way. Buddy Ryan was a great defensive coach, and when he got hired to coach Philadelphia, the first thing he said is, "Oh, now you've hired a winner." He was so arrogant and such a blowhard,
Well,
and he
look
was
at his son.
not a great
Look at
head coach.
yeah,
So
look at
yeah,
Rex.
the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
He's saying
So,
the same thing again.
yeah,
Same
but
thing.
he's a talking head, is all he is. He's a buffoon. He's a TV personality, and he's fine at that. He should stick with that. But he,
Okay,
you know,
great.
everybody says he would never be a DC again. He interviewed for the DC position in both Denver and Dallas, and didn't get either job.
And that was my point in regards
He's willing
to
to
that.
be a DC.
And that's what I mean. So like, let's just say, right, the whole Ben Johnson. I only say Ben Johnson. No, not Ben Johnson. Let's say Munkin, right? Because he's
Yeah.
offensive minded and all that. Comes over here and all that with us
But
and
hires
everything.
Rex.
And he brings in Rex. And he's like, I want you to be my defensive coordinator and all that. I honestly think that if there's a possibility, I think Rex would do it.
I don't think Rex's defense plays today. It was already in the end of his tenure with the Jets. The defense was really slipping, but they had gotten rid of a lot of guys. They dismantled that whole team.
Yeah.
Systematically.
It was weird seeing Jim Leonard with Denver. All that. I don't know if you guys, because I still followed them after that.
I love Jim Leonard. He was so great for the Jets.
I would love Jim Leonard to be a defensive coordinator over here. You see what he's doing over there in Denver right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Micro Fox, I don't know who you are, but the definition of insanity is if you do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. Rex Ryan would not be any different the second time around than he was the first time around.
Yeah, I'm Micro. I'm on the same boat with Rick. I look. Do I love Rex Ryan? Yes.
And that's my opinion.
I
was asked to call in to give my opinion. So yes, that is my opinion. And I am just talking about my opinion. I'm not guys that spout my opinion as fact. There's a lot of guys that do that, and I'm not one of those guys.
Well, as long as you stick with your opinion and you're consistent, then you're in my book as a good person. So you could be right, you could be wrong. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Big fella, I agree with that. Jim Leonard was not a great punt returner.
No,
he was a much better safety than he was a punt returner. I like him because he hit hard. I still love Victor Green because he hit so hard. And the Jets had a guy years and years ago. They had a safety named Schaefer Suggs, who I think was one of the first safeties that was over 200 pounds, and he would just plow guys. But now if you hit a guy too hard, they call a penalty on you.
I know. How crazy is that?
Game.
You know who I loved when we had him?
Mr. Fair Catch was Braxton Berrios. My God.
Oh,
I loved
wakes up
Landry.
from sleep like that. Who?
I love Landry. You remember
Landry
when we
Fields? No, that was
no. That's
player,
basketball. No, Landry from
Tomlin?
the Jets, the safety.
He was that
huge.
big muscular guy, right? He had those huge.
And when he would
steroids
hit,
or something.
and when he would hit, you would feel those hits.
I remember him. He was a monster.
Good.
LaRon Landry.
Yeah, LaRon Landry. There it is.
And even though he only played for the Jets maybe for a year at the end of his career, Ronnie Lott was a badass also.
Yeah.
Even as a Jet, he was still hitting people.
Well,
Victor Green, I liked a lot. They used to call him, before David Harris, he was the hit man.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because you brought this up now. You brought the name up, and it made me think of it. And he's out there. Riverboat Rivera. Would
Who's
you?
that?
Ron Rivera.
Ron Rivera? No, the guy's
Okay,
he's
thank
crashed
you.
and burned. He's crashed and burned everywhere he's been. Look, he was a good defensive coach. He was a good position coach. Probably a good player.
But that's what I'm talking about.
Not a great head coach.
That's what I'm talking about as a DC.
Oh, Ron Rivera?
As a DC.
I'm not a big fan. Somebody mentioned Jack Del Rio just got fired from some college job. Somebody said, "Oh, we should bring in Jack Del Rio." And I'm like, he was fired for repeat drunk driving. That's the last thing we need on the Jets.
Well, somebody mentioned Eric Bieniemy too.
He got
just
booted
fired
out
from UCLA. Yeah.
Mhm.
Eric Bieniemy he's a mirage. He's a
Sure.
media creation. He wrote Andy Reid's coattails in Kansas City.
Yeah, I think so.
He was a good player. He was a good running back for the Bengals. I remember him.
So you're a no to the Ben Johnson conversation?
Yeah, I don't think I want Ben Johnson. I think Ben Johnson has got potential disaster written all over him.
So you think
Especially-
he's a product of his
The
arsenal in
talent
front
around
of
him?
him.
No,
Yeah.
no. Well, I think he's got a lot of talent on that team, but I think he's a good offensive coordinator. I don't know that he's a good head coach, and I wouldn't respect him. He looks like he's 15 years old. I wouldn't listen to that guy. It's like Connor Long being the head coach. My God, nice kid and everything, a sweet guy,
All
but
right. Listen, everyone's got their opinion. We asked you for your opinion. You gave your opinion.
big fella.
Look-
I like Brian Billick. Do you remember when Brian Billick was on Hard Knocks and they showed him cutting people, and he gave him the same speech every time? I was cut 3 times when I was a player. I'm like, this guy's heartless.
So we've gone through Aaron Rodgers. We've gone through the Jets' future coach. Do you have any opinions on Sauce Gardner?
Yes,
Okay.
I do have opinions on Sauce Gardner. Sauce Gardner, and I've ever since his rookie year, he does the same thing. He gets on the guy. He's got great closing speed, and he reaches up and he swats the ball down. He never even tries to intercept the ball. All he does is knock it down. And he led the league in passes defended his first 2 years, I think. But and then when he gets a pick six right in his hands, he drops it. He's done that twice. But he doesn't try. But this year, he doesn't even seem to be trying. He doesn't turn his head around. When he plays zone, he guards the wrong guy. He's not reading the receiver's routes properly. I don't know what's going on with him, but he's just not. Maybe we held him to too high a standard because he was so good his first 2 years.
I think it's because his man is gone. His man's gone.
Salah.
Salah's gone.
Salah?
Yeah, I think that really messed with him, man. And I see. I like Sauce. I think Sauce can be like he needs to be coached better, man. If you put a good coach on him and all that, and it'll be completely different. Like when he does when he's not pressing off of the line, and some of the stuff that he's not doing, where he was doing that before, when he would just check somebody on the line before it goes 5 yards or whatever it is. He's not doing that. It's weird on how he's
big enough to be physical, but he's not.
He's being coached not to. He's
not
to press.
To me, the defense looks like they're not being coached at all.
Correct, 100%.
I'm sure they are, but they look like that. Like guys don't know what to do. Michael Clemens has no clue how to set an edge. He just runs around out there, and if they come at him, he'll try to make a tackle.
It's true, though. Like when you describe it that way, that he's just running around out there. When you watch him, he's just running around.
He does. He just runs around, and he starts fights with the other. I want him gone. That guy, I can't see him for dust.
And Rick, and you're completely right. There's no I don't see the unity how they used to be and all that. Where again, like I was saying earlier. Where remember when Quincy would get a tackle for a loss of yards, they would go
4 or 5 guys would do that.
4 or 5 of them. Not happening anymore.
When in the beginning of the year when JJ went down, with the first few sacks they had,
was going.
They did his sledgehammer thing.
Gone.
You don't see that. They don't even.
Gone.
I think especially when a popular coach gets fired in the middle of the year, it's really on the interim coach to rally the team together and try to motivate them. And Jeff Ulbrich, he's like in a coma. He's like,
you would think
he's taking a hard look. He's taking a hard look.
You would think though Ulbrich would do it.
Either Dave, one of the older guys, either Dave Brigger or Peter Castro said either today or yesterday. He said he's a deer in the headlights, and that's what he is. He's just like huh. I mean, so all of a sudden he doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, he's split. I'm sure they're begging him to help out on the defensive side. Who's carrying the responsibility of coaching the defense now? White Cotton,
or one of the defensive back coaches that they really like.
So who's in charge?
Whatever his name is, I don't even know.
Yeah, who's in charge of the defense now? Because you got Ulbrich up front. So, I'm sure they're begging him to come back and be like, hey, what do you think about XYZ? And he's like, I got 10,000 things to do up front. Like, I can't come back here.
I mean, I feel bad for Ulbrich because I think he's a good coach, but he's not going to coach here anymore.
No, I don't think so either.
But that defense looks like they're not being coached at all, and that's what they need. They need a coach. They need to be coached. They need position coaches that are someone who's going to pull Sauce Gardner aside and say, "Hey, this is what you need to do."
So, Rick, do you keep Sauce Gardner or do you hang him out for trade bait?
Well, if you try to trade him now, you're not going to get nearly what you should get for him. I would keep him, see if he has a bounce back season. I wouldn't be in any rush to extend him. What is that?
Who this guy right there?
Who's that?
Connor?
No.
Oh, Salah?
No.
Who's that kid?
That's my daughter. That's Riley.
Is that your daughter? Oh, is that Riley?
Yeah.
Nope.
Who's that behind her? Is that Salah?
You just said his name.
Salah?
White Cotton.
Oh, that's White Cotton.
See, I don't even know what White Cotton looks like.
He's trying to pick up his face.
I couldn't really. There was a glare on the screen. I couldn't really see her. But that was when you got her on the field. Oh, that's awesome.
That's White Cotton.
Yeah.
That's Ride Dog.
Yeah, that's Ride Dog.
So you're gonna hang on to Sauce, and you're not gonna get rid of him. You're gonna see if he bounces back next year, and then what do you do with him if he bounces back?
Extend him.
You extend him, and if he shits the bed again,
you clean the sheets.
You drop him like a hot rock.
You clean the sheets.
It's just so crazy.
You give him the Muhammad Wilkerson. You cut him after 2 years.
It's just so crazy on how we're at this position and where we're at right now, where this year was supposed to be a year that we are completely talking about, seeding within the playoffs and where we're going to be at and what we're going to do.
Oh, come on.
Surprise.
Craig.
You didn't give me any warning.
I wasn't going to give you any warning because I just wanted you to. We're going to hit you.
You want me to be natural. Fair enough.
That's it.
Craig. Hot out of you're doing the Charles Gorman impression.
I know. I'm probably doing a few impressions at once.
It's summer in Australia, so
it's almost 100 degrees here.
Hey, it's a perfect little segue right there. Craig, hot or not? Chat, please help. I say hot.
If you're talking about the temperature here, that's an easy answer. The other one, not so sure. Hey Snowball, that cigar that I bought on Madison Avenue, it's coming out next Saturday.
Next Saturday.
Yeah.
For what reason?
So we're having like what the young people call a gathering. So it's the new term for a party.
A gatho?
Okay.
Or what I would call an event. But to answer your question, no reason. I do these things occasionally for no reason. Like there's no occasion, so to speak.
So just going to walk around like a boss man?
Well, I'm accused of doing this anyway, which I would disagree with. Mainly accused by Sarah of doing that, because in fact, everyone at my office is the boss and not me.
Poor Sarah, downtrodden Sarah. Poor Sarah.
Oh, she's very poor, but she does ask for it because she jumped out on me about a month ago out of the little kitchenette to try and jump scare me. And I said to her, not only does this mean war, but I'll never stop. I'm not going to get you back once. It's relentless. So I remotely honk the car horn when she's in the car park going past my car, stuff like that.
We've seen it. We've heard her scream.
We've seen it? Yeah. She's so bad. She was sitting next to me in the office and I honked the car horn. The car's outside and she still jumped out of her chair. She's the gift that keeps on giving.
Craig, what you need to do is get one of those type of pillows that inflate like super fast when you close the door or something, and they pop, and just put it in her back seat, right? So when she goes in, I don't know how you set up a recording device inside there and have it in there, dude. That would be amazing, man. You guys know what I'm talking about? They used to put it on their people's desk chairs and all that, and then people would sit down, and it would like pop and send them off their damn chairs and everything.
I know about the one you sit on, that makes the fart sound. I don't know what you call them there, but
called a whoopee cushion. It's called.
No.
It is called the same thing. So not that.
No, I have an electric fart machine that I used when I worked at Sony Pictures, we were all in cubicles, and the lawyer who sat next to me, she was a real fashion plate and real prim and proper, and we hid it in her cubicle, and I had the remote control, and when it was real quiet in the office, I hit the remote, and it went, and she goes, "What was that?" And then I hit it again, and somebody said, and her name was Kristen. Somebody said, "Kristen, stop that!" She goes, "It's not me!" And then I hit it again, and she was going crazy. It was really funny.
Well, Luke's suggestion was to install an air horn under her chair.
She might have a heart attack if you.
That's motion activated to a camera that we install there. So we've really thought about this. It's all about it's maximum torment. You said, but it's not my fault. She shouldn't have jumped out on me that day.
Exactly. And like you said, like Bugs Bunny would say, this means war.
Yeah, man.
And
threw the gauntlet down.
Did she get a reaction though?
There's no scenario where she doesn't get a reaction.
Hold on a second. Can we just do this for a minute? Hold on. What are you showing us?
There's the prank.
Oh, that's the launch pillows.
Oh, that's fake.
That actually looks like fun.
That's
No,
real.
that's real, man.
That's
a
real.
real thing.
Nobody gets
Where did I
thrown
get that?
that high in the air.
Dude, they're airbags.
Yeah.
They're
It's an
airbags
airbag.
from cars.
So
That
they're like
sounds
ballistic
that sounds
deployments.
expensive.
Well, that's also a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
gonna injure somebody like that. Airbags injure people.
I do actually want her to work, despite what some people think. I know it doesn't look like it that she's paid to sit on Bobby's show, but it's not quite true.
I often wonder exactly what it is she does over there because she's in the chat so often. I was like, what do you actually do?
She's an excellent multitasker.
You could do
I know
this in the office.
She delivers the
Nice.
Yeah,
Oh.
come on.
Right
Oh,
through the ceiling.
I'll
That's
probably
not-
draw
that's
the line at that.
ridiculous.
Probably.
I'll probably draw the line at that.
That's like a Three Stooges gag.
Well, I think everything. Think about it. Consider everything.
That's
but
above and beyond, though.
I'm pretty sure I know where I'd end up there. But we work pretty like odd hours, so we can like our business is not like a clock on clock off trading your time for money type thing. It's about getting projects done. So if everything's done and we're kicking ass, it's all good. I want them to be having a good time at work. I want them to come to work.
Yeah,
when,
of course.
when Luke and Sarah are on, you're kicking ass.
This is how you can tell, I suppose.
Yeah.
But we're having like an sort of exploding second half of the calendar year. So things are, and it's due to lots of work being done previously. That's how it is. We do all this work and then it comes through later, if all things are going well. But she's fantastic in the operating theatre. Like, can send her to anything, absolutely anything, with the most minimal amount of information, and because she's so experienced in the OR.
Well, she's a nurse, right? She's an OR nurse.
Yeah, and the big thing, believe it or not, when you go for surgery, there's lots of products used on you, but the surgeons in the hospitals are not necessarily using, quote unquote, the best product on you. A lot of the time, there's not much difference between them, and a lot of the time they're going to be choosing the representative that they like working with better, or the one who gives better service, or the one who gives better clinical support. And just basically being likable is a big thing, and everybody loves her, as you can imagine. Everybody, and they're so happy to have her in the OR. So if it's a choice between us and the other guy, they're usually often going to choose us for that reason. So,
understand.
but I can't have her having things too easy. You see, so
Yeah.
I'll have to torment her regularly, actually, constantly. In fact,
there is. I mean, if she does watch this after the fact, you can't fill her head with, all these praises. So there is room for improvement, right?
Always.
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't tell this to her face, I suppose. But I might just say what I'll do is I'll say, do you know what? Your name came up on the weekend on Jets Worldwide. That'll make her crazy. She'll have to go back and watch it.
And she'll have
That's
to
what'll
search
happen.
through it. And this is quite the broadcast, because we're in our 2.5 hour point. So
I did notice this.
that's a lot of
Well,
scrubbing.
you guys were ready to call it a show, and then you dragged me on the air.
Well, you know what? You just, you make the party just that much better. So,
No, please.
and then this animal from Australia comes on, and then it's just there's no question anymore. We have to just keep going.
Craig
I
is
was
far more interesting than I am.
I'm
was
looking a
ready
bit
to-
animalistic. I don't deny it. And
I was
Tom Ace
ready
is
to
correct.
die.
Tom, that was the first thing I said. I said it's either very hot where Craig is, or he's doing a Charles Gorman impression.
Oh, look, I said to myself, do I go put on a Jets top and whatever? And then I just thought, nah.
Nah.
None of
because-
us are. If you can't tell,
Well,
none of us are wearing.
I'm
Craig,
not wearing
that,
a
that
Jets
brings
I
that
did
brings
notice
up
that.
this point. Jets merchant tickets, buyers or sellers?
To both of you guys.
What does this mean? Jets
So-
I'm
buy-
not buying any right now. That's for sure.
Would you buy merchandise from the Jets now?
I've got quite a bit of Jets merch. Like, it's more a matter of what do I need, I suppose. Look, no matter how much they torture us, which they do, I'll never stop. If I see something Jets that I like, I'll never stop getting stuff.
Yeah.
Look, in some ways, like we've gone through a grieving process here. We've had denial, we've had acceptance, and all this. And look, at least we can go into the remaining games with no expectation. I'll see it that way, and I felt that way against Seahawks, but I still got insane with rage when they were so far ahead and just gave it up. But what are you going to do?
I didn't watch the game on Sunday and had a lovely Sunday.
Well, we're constantly inventing new ways to lose, and the Seahawks gave us every single opportunity to. I mean, we had a 9-play goal line stand,
So
and we
that
still
was the
lost.
first game ever in NFL history that we ran back that we lost to a game where we ran back a what the hell is that? A kickoff.
Yeah.
Right. The interception, the fumble recoveries, the blocks, everything was in our freaking ways to win. Right. We were supposed to win it. And I forgot what the report stated or something like that, but it was the first time in NFL history that a team with all of those things in their favor loses the game. And I was like, they must have not been watching the Jets for the past I don't know how many years. So
Didn't we do the same thing with the Colts?
Did the same thing with the Vikings. I was at the Vikings game in London, and anytime anybody asked me what happened in that game, I said the Vikings did everything they could to lose that game, and the Jets wouldn't let them.
We actually we can't. You're right. We invent new ways to lose that no one's heard of, and you have to give the Jets credit just for how inventive they are at setting new records. One that I read was a new record, longest pick six for a guy over 300 pounds.
Yeah, I said it in the chat earlier. How does a defensive
Incredible.
lineman run 92 yards with nobody catching him? And
Oh.
I saw the replay of it. The only one who even tried to run him down was Morgan Moses, who can't run at
Who's
all.
bigger
He's
than him?
300 pounds. Yeah,
That's right. It's like
That's our most.
Where were the receivers? Where were the running backs? Nobody ran after him. They
Tells
just
you
stood
everything.
there and watched it.
tells you everything you need to know. I think it was last week Baker Mayfield. You all would have seen where he got involved in a block on a something that I can't remember what happened exactly, but you don't see anything like that from us. And
Well,
it's
Aaron Rodgers came out to block on a
He
run
threw a
play.
block on that Corley reverse.
Right.
Oh, that's
He
true.
actually threw a block.
Yes, actually, and at that point we're thinking, hang on, this looks all right, but that's all part of the Jets' ploy to
Suck you in.
drag us
Oh, yeah.
in.
Oh, yeah.
And then stick the knife in. It's all part of the plan. Like, they do have a plan. It's to put us
make-
all in early graves.
Well, the most
make-
creative part of the Jets is the way that they lose. That is the most creative part.
It's the only creativity they ever show is in how they
I'll
lose.
defy anyone to come up with what they're going to do against Miami to lose. Not that we're going to lose. Of course, we're going to lose, most likely. But how? I
It's
defy
gonna be
anyone.
easy.
I defy
Raheem-
anyone to think.
Raheem Mostert runs for 200 yards. That's what's going to happen. He was on the Jets practice squad at one time, and they caught him.
Yeah.
And he has haunted them with when he was on the 49ers, he used to destroy them. And on Miami.
Yeah, he was on the Jets. He got cut. He went to the 49ers, and then I believe it was the first game of the season. right? I think we kicked off to him, and he returned the ball for a touchdown.
Yeah.
Like, I think that was his first play from scrimmage, like, as a 49er.
Yeah.
And it's worse than that. We cut players that are bad. Greatest example, who caught the winning touchdown in the Super Bowl?
Oh, sure.
Oh, Nicole Hardman.
Nicole Hardman.
He's still not good, though.
That's the point. I mean, what greater thing can you do than catch the winning touchdown in the Super Bowl?
Sure.
Mike Williams, the week he gets cut from us,
Yeah.
goes to Pittsburgh.
Game-winning touchdown.
Game-winning
What's his face?
touchdown.
Schrader plays one game for us. Off he goes, kicks the winning field goal.
It just
the
happens
curse.
over
Johnny,
and over and over
You could
again.
have a whole show
Hey,
about this.
Don't bring Joe Namath into this, Johnny, because I'm going to fight you right now. Leave
Hey.
Joe Namath alone.
It
Sorry,
wasn't
Rick.
the real Joe Namath, but we tried.
I couldn't bring myself to watch that. I'm
It was
sorry.
symbolic. Rick, it was only symbolic.
No, Joe Namath has nothing to do with anything.
Rick, we wish the best for Joe Namath at all times because he is the only quarterback in Jets history to give us a Super Bowl.
That's
But
right. Remember that next time you say
the-
he's cursed the Jets.
he did curse the Jets, though. I'm sorry. He did.
Can
It
you
seems
show
like
him? Can you show him the Dan Marino clip real quick and not the whole actual thing? Because I know he doesn't want to see it.
The Joe, you've seen the
With Dan Marino clip.
Joe.
Oh, see, he hasn't seen it. The little Nicky clip.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me see if I can. I got to look for a file. Hold on a second.
Little Nicky
Oh.
Shine?
No. The
Oh, Little
movie-
Nicky, the movie? Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
I did
movie.
see that. No, forget
Oh, you
that.
saw that one?
Yeah, I saw that one. I saw that movie.
Oh,
I've seen it a
okay.
couple of times, actually.
So I don't know if
I forgot about that
Careful
part.
consideration. I must respectfully decline.
I can't
Yes.
stand retirement. Come on, just let me win one Super Bowl.
In exchange for eternal damnation of your soul, you're much too nice a guy for me to want to do that to you, Mr. Marino.
You did it for Namath.
Yeah, but Joe was coming here anyways.
This sucks. I'll just go to the Super Bowl as an announcer, and I'll win myself an Emmy.
That's the spirit.
You're a good devil, Dad.
And I also happen to be a Jets fan. After
Was that Harvey Keitel as the devil?
Yeah.
That looks like. I thought it was Sean Penn, but I think that's Harvey
No,
Keitel.
it's Harvey Keitel. It was a long time ago. He's an old geezer now.
Yeah. How do I get rid of this thing now? I don't even know how to get rid of this thing.
Yeah, I've
Control-
seen
Dan
Alt
Marino,
delete.
Yeah,
Dan
thank
Marino
you.
is still the greatest in Ace Ventura: Pet Detective.
Yeah.
Hey,
give him
I
credit- give
won't
him credit
watch.
for that.
I won't watch that movie because of the Dolphins. That's how much I hate the Dolphins. That's how
That's
much
a
I
funny
hate
movie.
the Dolphins. I will
It was
not
a
watch
damn
that.
funny movie.
Thankfully,
I watched it, but I won't rewatch it. You know, it was one time enough for me and all that. Stupid Dolphins with the dumb little dolphin with a helmet on it that doesn't even fit it. So it makes no sense.
I just like when he comes out of the bathroom and he goes, "Woo! Do not go in
Go in
there."
Put it in there.
Exactly.
There are so many things in my day where I quote that movie. So many.
Oh, yeah.
And when I first saw Tom Ace ever in the chat, I said, "Tom Ace, do you smell terrific?
Tom Ace Ventura.
How's things going at Stanford Law?"
Oh,
I'm
I like Craig's American accent.
I'm sad to say I know every word of that movie.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Look,
Craig's American accent is much better than Sarah's American accent. That's really bad.
poor Sarah.
No,
We'll work
it's
on
not.
it. Well, it could be that in the short to medium term she'll be spending extended time with an American, so maybe it'll rub off on her. Who knows?
Hopefully
That
it all
American
goes
has
well.
to make the trip.
Yeah.
And-
Well, it's under 5 months now, Rick, until
So you're out here.
until we're in person. Yeah,
That's definitely going to happen.
I've been through LA many times. Not once have I exited the airport. Would you believe it?
Well,
Not once.
you're going to do it this time. We'll
Yeah.
show you around, man.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant. I can't wait.
What do you mean, big fella? Are you saying that Namath stats are
Stats
not
mean nothing.
good?
I've had this argument a million times. Stats do not tell you what Joe Namath did.
What's the argument?
What do you mean? What's the argument?
Uh-huh.
Why is Joe Namath the greatest quarterback ever to play for the Jets? Because of his impact on the league and on the city of New York and on the New York Jets organization.
It is true. I mean, what they did
He
for the
single-handedly
NFL,
forced a merger between the AFL and NFL.
the shotgun was because of him, wasn't it?
Oh, the ladies did love him. That would be to understate it somewhat, Tom Ace.
Joe Namath was the first man to throw for 4,000 yards in a 14-game season.
Yeah, that's insanity.
Yeah,
That's nuts. Do
Yeah.
you think that any Jet quarterback will do that?
I don't know. No one has done it since.
Well,
That's ridiculous because it's done pretty routinely now.
Routinely now.
Because there's 17 games.
there's
you know.
17 games. Yeah, you got 3
It's
more
like
games.
It's like 1,000 yards rushing means nothing now. It's
Doesn't mean
60
anything.
yards a game.
Well, just change the benchmark now. You know, like, okay, get 1,500 yards now.
Yeah. Well, people
know?
don't even get that anymore. They
Right.
get like between 1,000 and 1,200 usually.
So, Rick,
Yeah.
let me ask you this: Clay Holmes, good pickup for the Mets or no?
You know, I have to tell you, I don't really know enough about him. I like you see me. I was on my phone before Addison was texting me, and he was texting me about Clay Holmes. What do you say, Namath is in the hall more for his career play or for his role in the merger? I think it's everything. It's a total package. I mean, he only had a couple of good years, but they were really good years.
Without
You
no
know,
knees. at
Without
that,
knees,
too.
he hurt
Without
his knee in
knees.
college. You know, he was a running quarterback in college. You know, they played a wishbone in Alabama. He ran with the ball and he messed his knees up. And surgical techniques then were in the dark ages. You know, an ACL ended your career in those days.
But if Craig was around, maybe things would be different.
Is it true that like he sort of modernized the throwing game? Is that true? Because
Not just him and Johnny Unitas, and
Yeah.
there was a game of the Jets and the Colts where Namath and Unitas each threw for like 500 yards. It was an insane game. It was a big
That is
shootout.
insane.
Yeah, he had 2 80-yard bombs for touchdowns in the game. Namath, 2 of them.
I remember I've seen a few interviews, and her name escapes me. She was a scout.
Connie
Carberg.
Connie Carberg.
Okay, and she used to talk about his quick release, but the sound it made when
the ball would whistle like a bullet
when he threw it. Yeah.
But he had no knees, and he would throw off his back leg. He threw off the wrong leg, and it was all arm. But he was hurt more than he played. Really, he was hurt a lot. What Tom Ace is saying now, getting back to Clay Holmes, this is what I know about Clay Holmes. He was a reliever on the Yankees, and he kind of fizzled out as a closer. But Addison was texting me that he thought that Holmes had been a starter with the Pirates before the Yankees got him. But I don't know. I don't remember him with the Pirates. I don't know that. But apparently the Mets are going to use him as a starter. You know,
Yeah,
that's what he says.
It's
it's the Mets
Holmes,
pitching
Peterson, Kadaya, Senga, and Montez
right now.
Right now.
I don't like the Montez acquisition. I think he's washed up. But the Mets pitching coach Jeremy Hefner he's a big reclamation guy. Look what his influence did with Severino, Sean Manaea, and to a lesser extent the other free agent they have, whose name I never remember, Carlos Quintana. It's not Carlos,
Cookie.
whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Not Cookie. Not Cookie. No, Cookie was gone. No, Quintana.
Quintana. He
was really good, but he was good before he was on the Mets. But Sean Manaea had the best year of his career with the Mets. And
do you want him back?
Yes, I think
I do
I
too.
think
Yeah,
I think
I want
they're
him
going to
back.
sign him. I think they're either going to sign him back or they're going to go crazy and get Corbin Burns. Because
You have a guest in the back, Craig.
Big button.
You have a
We
guest
have a
in the
guest
back.
back here.
Oh, come in.
Oh,
No, you have to come in. We're live.
Come on in.
Come on. It's too late now.
it's okay.
You guys are over there.
Come on, you got to come in and sing.
You do
Come on,
actually. As it
little
happens.
waltzing Matilda.
Can we get her take
Come
on
on,
who
Fox,
she
come here.
thinks, what she thinks about Joe Namath?
No.
Is it Joe Namath the reason why the Jets have not won anything?
We saw Joe Namath. This is the reason the Jets picked us, because of the randomness that we ended up at MetLife on our first trip to New York City in 2018. and Joe Namath was there because it was I think the 50-year anniversary of the Super Bowl 2018. So that would be about right. Or yeah, that was it. Yeah. So we have actually seen him at a distance, as it happens.
I've met him.
Thanks for pointing out that Mr. Craig was there. I would not have noticed.
Johnny, I've shown you this. I have a football that he signed for me.
That's so awesome, man. I love Namath, man. This is the only pop thing that I've ever bought, and I thought it was so badass. I have his rookie card right over there. Okay, like
has it got a mink coat on?
No,
He was known for wearing them.
Yeah, that was him, wasn't it? With the massive.
He's rocking his all whites. He was the first quarterback to do that as well with the white cleats.
Howard Cosell used to call him Joe Willie White Shoes.
Yep.
They all wore black shoes. He was the first one to wear white shoes.
He was.
Am I going to have to get my football down?
Yes, you are.
Sure, why not? We're playing show and tell.
Yeah, this is show and tell as well. So
right. Yeah, I saw Joe Namath at his worst.
Make a full screen. Make a full screen.
I will make him full screen. Sure.
It says to Rick, all the best to you, pal. Joe Namath, number 12.
That's so badass, dude. That is so cool.
And I used to go to watch the Jets practice at Hofstra, and he used to drive yes, big fella. I remember Billy White Shoes Johnson very well. Namath used to drive an early 70s Eldorado Cadillac convertible, red with a white top. And when I met him, that was about 1991. When I met him, first thing I said to him was, "Jody, you still got that red Eldo with the white top?" And his eyes lit up, and he goes, "You remember that car? That's my favorite car that I've ever owned." So he was very kind to me.
You see, Rick, you understand the first rule of getting to know someone, and that is always ask them about the one thing that they'll always talk about. That is themselves.
Craig, I was in sales for many years. One thing I know how to do is talk to people.
You got it.
100%.
Yeah, I used to catch Joe Namath in there was a restaurant on the South Shore of Long Island that he used to like to frequent every once in a while, and the locals knew he would come in every once in a while, but like it wasn't a place where like a lot of people frequented, and I always used to catch him at the bar. We would go in for.
I want to kiss you.
We would go in.
I want to kiss you.
We would go in for pizza, and he would be at the bar, and for some reason he was always overserved. So,
Are you a South Shore guy?
I grew up on the South Shore of Long Island. Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I spent a lot of time when I was in college. All my friends lived on this. I'm from the North Shore, but
I live on the North Shore, but I grew up on the South Shore.
All my friends were on the South Shore. I spent all the 70s on the South Shore.
Yeah,
many late nights.
Me too. But
I'm a Hempstead kid, so
in the 70s
I used to go to Hempstead all the time. I lived right near there.
Nice. What about you, Craig? What shore are you from?
South Australia.
Well, I didn't grow up here, so I'm actually from Melbourne.
That's right.
If you imagine a map of Australia, Melbourne's at the bottom right-hand corner down there. So it's almost as big as Sydney, infinitely better than Sydney. It's very similar to Chicago, believe it or not. But I moved here in 2006. So our sister city is Austin, Texas, Adelaide's sister city. So it's similar size, similar in a lot of ways.
The Royalton Hotel.
It doesn't get as cold as Chicago and Melbourne, does it?
Does it snow in Chicago?
Oh, God, does it? Yes. Chicago's very cold.
It doesn't snow in Melbourne. So like Melbourne will get down in the worst of winter down to into the mid-30s, something like that.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Chicago goes below 0 Fahrenheit.
Right. Okay.
Craig, you're talking Celsius, though, right?
No, I understand though the two. So that's why I say the early 30s. But look, Melbourne.
30 Celsius is like 75 degrees.
I was going to say that's not too cold.
Double it and add 30 to go from Celsius to Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
That's the quickest way. But Melbourne is the most organised, multicultural city in Melbourne in Australia by far. By far.
Nick is that 100% right.
Oh, what? For perspective, Rick thinks
I think
55
55 is very cold.
cold.
Listen, I went to the dentist this morning. I had a 7:30 appointment. I walked out of my door and it was 49 degrees out, and I flipped out. I was like, "Oh my god, it's so cold."
Yeah. Well, it was
It's 16 degrees right over here in Virginia right now.
We had 23 degrees this morning, so you know.
No, I don't do that kind of cold. It's currently 60 degrees at 7:35 where I am. We had a high of 72 today.
That's pretty rough.
I worked from home. I haven't even opened my door yet.
And
We'll be in the
he's got the hoodie
hundreds
inside.
next week.
You got the hoodie on inside as well.
Yeah, because I was cold. I don't wear it for a fashion statement. I wear it to keep warm.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't know about you, Johnny, but my 12-hour day at work, and now what is that? Oh, 28 degrees.
28 degrees.
It feels like.
Are you in Virginia Beach?
Yeah.
Wow.
Feels like 24 degrees.
Well, since you whipped yours out.
Huh? I'm just kidding. I want to kiss you. I could care less about the Jets.
Mine's it's 31 degrees.
Yeah. I don't care if the team is struggling. That's what he said. I don't care if the team is struggling. I want to kiss you. I can't blame him.
You say that?
Oprah was cute in those days.
She was.
Tom, I wish he had signed I Want to Kiss You, but that was about 20 years before he did that.
What?
When he signed my ball, it was way, it was 1991 or so. It was way before that.
20 years before the kiss statement.
So
Yeah,
right before,
like that.
so guys, right before we get off, real quick, right? We kind of got Rick's stuff. I'm gonna ask Craig really quick, right? Who do you want as a coach, and who would you want as the GM for the Jets this upcoming year?
This is precisely why I commented before that I can't call in, because the conversation is way too intelligent for me. The trouble I've got is, having followed this game full on for only 3 years, there's so many of the individuals and the characters and stuff that I just don't know their backgrounds, stuff like that.
So then I'll ask this simple one then. Aaron Rodgers, do you want him back next year? And if so, why?
So I think it would be better to ask, what do I think the possibility is of him actually being back? And I would say almost zero. The trouble with him is, he would be a great bridge quarterback, but he wouldn't agree to it. This was the trouble in Green Bay, right? He got the shits that they drafted a QB and all that, and he'd be a great bridge quarterback, but he probably won't want to do it. That's the thing. So, and he's just, I think it's highly unlikely he's back, and we've got to look to the future. Enough of drafting these people towards the end. None of them have worked out. I don't know why. And I don't think it was the wrong thing getting rid of Salah. I think we forget how shit he was. Even in my limited knowledge, I was yelling at the TV, "Why are you going for it now?" Or "Why this? What? Why?" So the sooner we got rid of him, the better. Get it over with. Wasn't going to make a difference, as everything turned out this season anyway.
It seems like we went from shit to more shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I don't think it makes any difference. In some ways, let's go to more shit so we have an even bigger clean out. Can't be any worse than all the different things that we've been trying, And who knows what would have happened if he hadn't gone down last year? Who knows? It could have all gone really well. Who knows? But it's too late now. It hasn't worked.
I tell you this, with all the crap that we've dealt with, you know what I could always count on? Is Rick's hair always being on point. I really do appreciate that, Rick.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you. You're one of my biggest. You're one of the biggest fans of my hair that I know.
Yeah, I look forward to when he takes a picture of himself after coming out of the barbershop.
I have a few of those.
I appreciate it, man. Look, this is my best friend's barbershop out here in Virginia. So
sweet.
I got a rep, man.
I'm looking at the walls around here. I have jerseys hanging up all over the walls down here.
Fresh.
I'll show that picture again. Rick,
Which one?
show that picture again.
Oh, look at you.
That's after a haircut.
He's such a gangster.
That's epic.
Looks like the Fonz, baby.
I somewhere I have one. Well, it was right before I went to London. Wait, here's my London pictures. I was right out, literally outside the barbershop.
No, Craig has forgotten more shit than Salah ever knew about football.
I'm in absolutely no position to deny.
No, that's funny.
Oh,
No question about it.
well,
There it is.
So
This
many
is
jerseys
outside,
to
this
burn.
is outside. See the window? The barber's called Sweeney Todd's Barbershop.
Oh my
That's
God.
standing
that's
outside
that
the
is so cool though, man.
literally right after getting my haircut.
You know, this year was the first year I ever watched that movie, right?
Oh,
And
Sweeney Todd is good.
it's super good. I was not expecting it to be as raw as it was, man. It was nuts. Like just
The
be
stage
cutting-
play was known for being very bloody and violent also.
Yeah, I never watched it, never paid attention to it. You know, I just
And
said,
it's
okay.
about a real person. It's a true story.
yeah, I got into it and I started reading it and I was like, holy shit, this was it. Yeah, it's nuts, man. It's awesome. Awesome.
So one of my friends are like, "Oh, you have to go to Fleet Street in London and see where it all took place." And I'm like, "I don't have time for that, man. I got jet parties to go to in London."
I have a jet game. I have a jet loss to watch.
Yeah, the parties were fun.
How long
You
were you
are-
there?
I was there for a week.
All right. What was the highlight? I mean, I know what
The
wasn't
Tower.
the highlight.
The Tower of
Yeah.
London was the absolute highlight.
Mrs. Craig tells me
Spectacular.
this all the time. She's like, I'm taking you to London if for no other reason than to do the tower.
Yeah, I took a guided tour of the Tower of London, and it was just to put my hand on a wall that was built in the 13th
Exactly.
century is just
Exactly.
amazing. But I was really obsessed with Henry VIII's armor because as he got fatter, the armor got fatter. And the
Right.
last suit of armor they have of his, and he was short. So the last suit of
Yeah.
armor is like this little guy with this big pot belly, and it's really funny looking. I couldn't tear myself away from it.
Custom armor.
Yeah,
Nate,
oh yeah.
Nate's talking about the assassin from the Hilton.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. What a crazy story.
That is insane. He's talking
Yeah.
about after he left his e-bike on 86, he took a taxi to the Bobby Piss
Bobby
Corner.
Piss Corner.
Did you not?
That's incredible. Yeah.
That's
Did they-
where
they
everybody's
found-
called Blue Moon.
They
I
found
saw
it.
that picture. He looked like a cross between 25 and Jake Gyllenhaal.
So,
Doesn't
they found the assassin.
they did.
Yeah.
Did they find him? They arrested him?
I don't know.
no,
I
I
know
don't
they
think
have
so.
they have a picture of him. They don't know where
Oh,
he is.
he's still at large.
But
He
do
left
they know?
New York. They
Do
think.
they know his identity?
No,
Yeah, it's
no,
Nate.
but They have
Oh,
a
there
picture
you
of his
go.
face. They have a face
Yeah.
picture of him, but they don't know
It's-
who he is
it's
yet.
Nate in
They'll never
disguise.
catch Nate. There's no hope of that. Never.
Tom Mace, Nate, the cops are going to test Bobby's DNA and link him to the crime.
They're gonna collect DNA from that corner, and they're gonna link Bobby to the crime. Bobby's gonna get arrested for killing that poor guy.
Oh man. Did you guys actually watch the video?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's like
Well,
I saw the video of Bobby pissing. That was enough.
Yes. The edited version. You
Poor
don't
Nate.
actually see him pull the trigger.
no, it's out. It's there.
Oh, there's
sure
a
it
video of the shooting.
the actual shooting.
I'm
Yeah.
sure it
I
is. I don't know.
And
I
why would
haven't tried to find
Why do
it.
you want to watch
Wrote
that?
on the
Man,
bullets,
I don't want
right?
to watch somebody get shot.
He wrote on the bullets.
It depends who
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, I heard that too. He the ejected casings. Yeah.
Yeah, they had some words written on them.
Hmm.
Really? I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
It's like something
I don't
about,
really
like,
watch the news like that, so
But it's
Something
the
like-
things about insurance companies, right? Like,
deny,
deny.
defend, something.
right. Something.
They said it was linked to some book that was an anti-insurance company book that's out there somewhere. You know, there's
Yeah.
books about everything.
that
Mhm.
sucks, man. Prayers
Oh,
out to
yeah.
him and his
He
family.
might still be at the Port Authority waiting on a bus.
He might be.
Look what Nick
Next to
said.
the Port Authority waiting on a bus. That's, holy shit. This killer has a more exciting season than Rogers.
He might be at Port Authority hiding behind the statue of Ralph Cramden.
Oh
Ralph
my
Cramden.
god, that's funny.
What if it was
Man.
25?
Wouldn't shock me.
Oh
well,
man,
just know I got your back, Rick, when it comes to 25, man.
There's no back to have. That kid
We
is
stand
nothing.
with you.
That kid
Rick.
is nothing to me. He's nothing. Fuck him. He doesn't exist.
I've been out of the loop, so Rick, I don't even know what you're talking about. But
It's this kid. He was
getting
on
attacked?
Connor's.
No. I
No.
met 25. I have met 25 in person.
He attacked me. He was on Connor Long's show, and he was totally bulldozing Connor and steamrolling him, and he was reading off a script, and he was just going on, and Connor wouldn't shut him down, or wasn't confident enough to shut him down. I don't know what. And I put two things in the chat. I wrote, "Is this guy going to talk all night?" And he reacted to that, and he said, "Oh, this guy, Rick Kent, he doesn't like me, but I'm going to be on here." And the next thing I wrote is, "Dude, I'm leaving this channel because of you." And I clicked off. And apparently he went bananas after that. And then I wasn't, Nick, you're the best, man. And then the next day, I wasn't even watching Jake's show. I saw this after the fact. He calls it, he gives like a $50 super chat that says, let me in. And he gets into Jake's show and he goes, "I'm going to take up a lot of your show." And he starts reading the same exact script that he was reading on Connor's show. "We almost witnessed a murder and he's so overly dramatic. I don't know what he's auditioning for. And then he goes, "And for Rick Kent, fuck you." And Jake clicks him off immediately when he did that. And he said, "You can say a lot of things, but you don't talk about Rick Kent like that." And I was very touched. And then the chat went off on the guy. The chat had my back totally. And that was it. And I never, and I never spoke to the guy. I went on one more time and he said something to me and I said, I wrote in the chat, all I did was say this, And then he joined the Discord. Everybody flamed him. Nate came on the air and said, Nate called in and really had my back, and he totally flamed that guy. He said,
That's the worst flaming possible
starting
from
with
Nate.
the wrong guy. He said all kinds of great stuff. Nate was amazing. But this kid, 25, he wrote me a direct message on Discord. And I didn't accept it, but I read it, and it said, "I just want you to know that I have nothing personal against you," and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, who are you? You're nothing to me. He's some piece of trash from Islip. And
look at Nav. He couldn't call himself 26 because of his list.
I don't think Nav is awesome.
Nav is funny as fuck.
I tell you, I got a Instagram request from some name that I never saw before, and I'm like, who the fuck is this? And I look at the picture, and it was Knob, who I happily accepted. So he had a problem with me. The guy.
Where'd you meet this guy, Snowball?
At T Squared.
Ah,
him and his buddy were there.
His mommy let him into the city on a weeknight?
Well, it was.
He lives with his mommy.
No, it was the.
I love Rick.
It was the Patriots.
Rick's
The
fucking
Patriot
awesome,
game.
dude.
Yeah, it was the Patriot game.
Come
And
on, John.
he came outside. His buddy was smoking a cigar, and I was out there with his buddy. And then he came out. I think he said like maybe 3 or 4 words, and then he just went back inside. So, Nate, you might have. Yeah, you might have met him there.
I'm surprised his mommy let him out during the week. I thought she was like Charles's mom, who was afraid he's going to get kidnapped in a Mexican restaurant in New Jersey.
Hey, and another thing, Craig, when you
What's
come back to New York, you should hit up Nate, man, and Nate can kind of give you the in and outs of New York, bro. Did you see where he took Addie and everything? It was so awesome, man. And the
Nate is the king of the Upper West Side, man.
Nate's my hero. He's what I want to be. I want to live in Manhattan and get around from top to bottom, because that's all we do when we're there. We go from top to bottom and go absolutely everywhere. So he is the man. I wish I was there the night that his wallet got stolen and he was chasing the pinging payments all over. I would have joined in. I'd have been so there.
Oh, me too, man.
The first time I laid eyes on Nate, he was flying past on an e-scooter on 42nd Street at Bryant Park, and I was there with weed. So I I've already had a few adventures with Nate, and I intend to have many more. He sends me pictures when he goes past of our hotel, and I'm like, "It's my house. Let's go."
Nate did the same thing in LA. He was riding one of those e-bikes all over Santa Monica.
Yeah. So in the future, not too distant future either, Mrs. Craig and I are going to hopefully spending a couple of months at a time in the US. That's the plan. And
Nice.
Eventually full time, right? In the US.
I would if I could. I probably would. Australia's great, but it's boring. Like people don't understand it compared to the USA. It is boring here. Like you guys take everything to the extreme and just know how to have a good time. Like tailgating is the most insane concept to us, but it's normal for you guys. You know what I mean? You would not be allowed to do it at a sporting event in the car park. Have a barbecue, a solid fuel fire? No way.
Really?
No way. This is like a police state. This country. It's just like no to everything.
I'm gonna tell you what was my favorite tailgating of all time was at a Jimmy Buffett concert. I was partying with it's one of the only concerts that you could tailgate at, right? And I was tailgating with parrot heads. That's what they call them out here, and it was
Jimmy Buffett fans are parrot heads.
Awesome, man. It was awesome. All I know is my wife was so pissed at me that night because I left her in the concert to go back to the bar to drink some more of the night. She was so mad at me, dude. So
I mean,
Jimmy Buffett, rest in peace, right? But I'm glad I did it. Is what I wanted to say. It was amazing.
Yeah, the USA is the most fun place on the planet. It just is. When you've been elsewhere, especially here, you would see. I mean, Europe's great for what it's good for, no problem. But if I have no choice, I can only go to one continent ever again. That's the only place I'm going to. It's just where the action is, and everything is so different and so varied. And another thing, the average person in the US are just really friendly, hospitable, polite. It's just not like anywhere else. If you've never been to the US, your view of Americans is completely different to the real thing. Completely different. You know, you think they're loud and obnoxious and fat or plastic or all this stuff, and you go there.
That's true.
Maybe in LA, I'll find out.
Fat plastic.
No, people aren't fat here, but they're loud and obnoxious. But
you know what? When you're in the US, you don't notice it because but it's more like when you see Americans outside of America, they stick
so
out.
True, man.
But when you go there, just don't notice it.
My brother used to live in Pittsburgh. Well, he passed away, but he lived in Pittsburgh for 25 years. My niece was born there and grew up there. And when I went to Pittsburgh for the first time, my observations after I was there, it's a beautiful city. It reminded me of San Francisco. It's got a lot of hills and windy roads and bridges. But I saw every couple that had children that I saw had at least 3 children, which was surprising to me. And everybody I saw was at least 35 pounds overweight. Everybody. And they put French fries in everything, even salads.
What?
When can I go there?
It's a great city. It really is. I loved it there. But
Nick always tells a funny story about Pittsburgh and his time over there in Pittsburgh, and the female presence that he saw out there was not nice. In Pittsburgh,
not nice.
Yeah. It was not nice.
There was a lot of fat people there, for real.
It always says that the guys look like they're lumberjacks, like goatees. They're all jacked, and then they have girlfriends who look like they, eat pot roast for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So
look what Nick just put.
Nick, there's nothing wrong with overweight people except that they're unhealthy.
Don't make me go. # Team 25.
Or you can join Alan as the only member of Team 25. Alan always says he's Team 25. And I always tell him he's a liar because I know he likes me.
Voluptuous women. Oh, this is awesome, man.
No, not voluptuous. There's a difference between voluptuous and fat. And Rubenesque, Craig. There's a big difference between Rubenesque.
Rubenesque is voluptuous.
I'm trying to be charitable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Knob Craft said, I tailgated the shit out of a Braves and Mets game that ended up with me getting escorted out of Turner Field by the police.
the police in the fourth
Oh, the
inning.
fourth inning. Wow.
How is
Oh
the
my
tailgate
God.
still going on during the game?
Yeah. Did you make it into the game?
He did. He must have.
Must have.
Tom, Primanti Brothers is the most overrated sandwich ever. It tastes like coleslaw. That's all, and potatoes.
All I know is I want to tailgate with Knob.
Knob is one of the more
Okay.
fun people around.
Actually, I did. I met Knob at the which game was it? I can't remember. The
Home
First
opener.
Patriots game. The home
home
opener.
opener. That's right. First Patriots
Oh,
game.
he came up from North Carolina for the home opener.
Yeah.
I tell you this, guys. Can you guys still believe that the Jets are where we're at right now? Because I still can't believe it.
3-9.
What time is it?
I don't know. We're just having a lot of fun talking about salads and French fries. And
Yeah.
I just
Now
realized I haven't eaten dinner. I'm starving. I'm wondering why I'm so hungry. And it's like it's almost 8:00.
almost 8:00.
Knob said he got in full Braves body paint, tomahawk, and all. And what he means by tomahawk, it's not a tomahawk that you think he's thinking about.
So is this the axe or the haircut?
Well,
Nobody
yeah,
tried to
no.
kill you?
It's
the axe head was on a
It's
the
his
axe head was on a
tomahawk.
different handle.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Well, he was in Atlanta. If he showed up at City Field dressed like that, he would have. The police wouldn't have escorted him out. They would have taken him out in a body bag.
They would have thrown him on Roosevelt Ave.
It would have
And
taken
Exactly.
probably six
Hey,
of them to
take
do
him
it.
over and take
They
him
would have
out.
taken him out to a Chinese restaurant on Roosevelt Avenue and beat the hell out of him.
Exactly.
Oh man, you see that new stadium that they're building over there?
Oh, I heard about it. I haven't
It
seen
looks
it. I haven't
nice,
been
man.
to New York in years. Yeah, it's a soccer stadium.
Soccer stadium. They're getting rid of all of the car chop shops that are in back.
Yeah,
of,
yeah. All
City
the
Field and all
the
that.
junkyards and
Yep.
the chop shops.
Well, we could have had a stadium there.
I know.
Well,
Be a
listen, we
long,
have our
long,
out
long
this year.
time before
This
we
year
have
is
one.
our out.
How?
Oh, we have an out of the contract with the MetLife, I believe. So
Is that right?
I assume that this kind of thing though is up to the owner, right? They negotiate that.
Woody's not going to build a stadium. He's not going to.
Yeah, why would he?
Kind of money.
Why would he? His investment keeps growing no matter how shit the team is. Like, what a business! You can be
Yeah.
so shit, and your investment just grows and grows and grows.
Well, do you know why? Right?
Because of people like us.
Exactly.
yeah,
I think
Listen, I'm not a season ticket holder. I feel bad for season ticket holders like Nate
As
or
would.
even JJ. You know,
yeah.
those guys pay a fortune for those tickets.
Nate
Chef-
renewed.
Yeah, Nate renewed.
Yeah,
So,
JJ
die hard,
said
man.
he didn't renew.
Shout out to Nate for that one.
You
well,
think
Nate does
JJ
have
really?
the Jets overalls after all.
That's right. You think JJ
Those-
actually renewed and just says that he dropped his tickets or what?
No, he didn't say he dropped them. He said he hasn't renewed them yet. I
Oh, he
think
hasn't
said.
renewed them yet.
Yeah,
Hmm.
but they
I mean,
have.
I'm
there's
not
a
gonna
PSL,
lie.
right? You have to pay like $7,000 just to buy the tickets.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I know that if I still lived in New York, right, I would be a season ticket holder.
If we lived in New York, we would be. I
I
guarantee.
definitely would be.
Nate, I know you did it for the fridge magnet and the and
wine coupon?
the 20% off a bottle of wine.
You get 2 coupons this year. 2
And,
coupons.
and a yearbook.
Listen,
Oh.
I didn't know
we
how
watched
like,
Nate open that envelope up with the package. He did it online.
he did online. I know. And then I sat with him at training camp, and man, that man knows all the points for like going to games and how many points he gets, and
Nate's the
he's
man.
keeping track. He's keeping track.
Nate said he actually hung the envelope.
He hung the envelope up.
You may as well
Ah, man.
go
Did you
all
frame
in.
it? Season ticket holder?
It says season ticket holder. I still have my license plate frame. It says Jets season ticket holder.
Wow.
I never put it on the car. There
You
go,
know
number one fan.
what?
Do you know I've been laughed at walking through Manhattan with a Jets top on? Seriously.
I get laughed at every day about the
I
Jets.
get, I get
didn't
laughed
realize-
at when I'm going to go put gas. They just say,
Johnny's kids laugh at him when he wears the Jets hat.
"Nah, they're fans, man. They all are."
yeah.
Gio
Well, I
is
didn't-
starting to learn.
I didn't
to
know
say
at the time that
JETS.
like it's very giant centric in Manhattan. I didn't actually know it at the time.
Oh, New York is a Giants town. Giants
Yeah,
are the number
I
one
just-
team.
I didn't know.
You got to
Yeah.
go to the island, and that's where it starts.
Yeah, Long
Right.
Island is Jets country, where I grew up and Johnny grew up. Although my brother was a big Giants fan and a Yankee fan. I was
Yeah,
a Jets fan and
Yeah,
Jets.
like my mom, she's a Giants fan.
Yeah, my dad was a Giants fan
Yeah.
also. He used to watch the game and throw his shoe at the TV when he was unhappy. My dad was he was crazy. He was insane.
Snowball, I think Nick's in the back.
Hello.
I think you got somebody in the back.
Is there somebody in the back? Of course there is. Look at this guy.
Is it barking dog? Hey, there's Nick.
can't
He's
believe
waving
it.
like
Wow,
Bobby. He's doing a Bobby wave.
Somebody with a jet
That's
set.
I've been in. Nick fell asleep early. He bitched and
Ooh,
whined
that's
that he
cool.
wanted to watch the Boise
That one?
State game, and then he watched one play and fell asleep.
What's the score of that game?
21-7, or they scored a touchdown. I don't know if they went for 1 or 2, but Boise State had the ball about 5.5, 6 left, and they were just going to probably run it out. Yeah, Johnny bringing up the bowling ball women of Pittsburgh got me out of bed, and I was like, "Fuck it." So,
That
I'll
is
tell you
the
right now.
funniest story. You gotta.
I'll tell you right now. We went out there for the AFC Championship, and I say all the time, there were 10,000 of the same guy, bald head, goatee, Big Ben Roethlisberger jersey on, 6'3", and they looked like they just curl trees and steel all day. And every single one of them had a short, fat bowling ball of a woman, 5'2", with a bad perm, and just like food hanging off the side of her face. Like, they were absolutely disgusting. I did not see one Big Ben guy with one good-looking woman. It was a shit show.
This is
That's
something
why
I
they
want to
can't
see.
put seats there. That's why they don't have seats in the upper deck, because all these people would overflow them. So they have to have bleachers up in the one end zone.
That's what I call an adventure, going somewhere like that. This is the kind of thing I love to do.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to go to a stadium like that.
To what?
It would
I
be
wouldn't
an
recommend
experience.
Pittsburgh. I would not recommend it. It's not.
Want to go.
It's not
All
a
I know
nice
is-
stadium. It's lame. And then
All I know
stupid
is-
towels. Like, what kind of fan carries a fucking towel with them everywhere they go? That's your claim to fame?
Okay, I'm going to have
All
to
I said
Google
was-
Mr. Belvedere based on Nob's comment.
Mr. Belvedere
Mr.
was
Belvedere.
a TV show
Go ahead,
about
Rick,
a
you got
male. He was a big fat guy.
Look, I assume so, but I
He
have
was
to
a
see
British.
this.
I forget the actor's name. He was a British guy. Look up the TV show, not the movie series from the 1940s. That was a totally
Jesus
different
Christ. And you forgot the actor's name? I call bullshit.
thing.
Oh, and with a mustache.
He has a mustache and he's kind of bald and fat. He was.
Rick,
Mr.
why am I
Belvedere-
catching strays left and right from you tonight?
What did I do?
Bald and fat?
No.
Damn
Listen,
it,
I only
T25.
see you with a hat on. I don't know that you're bald.
He's got hair. Nick has hair.
I don't
Well, no.
know you're bald. You're
I'm
always
in
wearing a hat.
ShopRite last week with the boy, and he touches me on the back of the head and goes, you're missing some hair there, my guy. I'm like, you son of a
Just so
bitch.
you need to hear from a 15, 16-year-old.
You know, did I tell you the story of Thanksgiving?
No. But we want to hear it now.
He's sleeping.
Bob Uecker was in it?
Bob
played the dad.
Uecker. Yeah.
Wow.
It was a pretty decent show. I mean, I was
Okay,
a
there you
kid
go.
at the time, but
All right.
so
It was
that's
on
my
a
list
long
too.
time, that show. It was a big show.
yeah, it was decent. Nick defeated me on Thanksgiving in front of the
Exactly, didn't he?
family in a wrestling match, and it's the first time I ever lost to him. And he had me pinned down. And normally throughout the years, I've been able to lift my knee, flip him, roll him, put him in a headlock, and it's over. I couldn't.
He's too big for that.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I couldn't get him
He's
over.
a big kid.
Now, the bet was I took his phone for dinner on Thanksgiving at my sister's, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm taking the phone. We're eating dinner. You have your phone back later." I go, "You mouth off. You're not getting it back." And he says something, and I'm like, "All right, here's what we're gonna do. We'll wrestle over it." And he's like, "What?" He goes, "What do I get if I win?" I go, "I won't take your phone away ever again." He goes, "What if you win?" I go, "I keep the phone for a week." Shouldn't have done that. Kid went into full rage mode at that point. Right?
He destroyed you.
So we're going at it. My sister is sitting on the recliner, laughing at first, and then I'm turning red and then borderline purple, and I couldn't get up. He had me pinned, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" And my sister's yelling, "Nikki, you gotta let him up. You gotta let him up." And he whispers in my ear because he's like holding me. He's like, you want me to let you up? I go, you fucking let me up. I'll fucking kill you in front of everybody. And then finally, I'm like, I'm done. It was like 8-9 minutes. I'm like, I'm done. I'm like, I have nothing left.
But
And
Nick,
I got up. And
Nick,
now,
who can punch harder though?
oh yeah, there's no question about
There's
that.
no question about it.
There's no question about that. You've
Exactly.
seen me. You've seen
Exactly.
me throw.
I've witnessed the punching power. There is none more powerful than Nick Shine with the punch.
Nick, I see you reading the chat and what Nate wrote.
I ignore Nate.
Nate is funny.
Nate's boring when he's home and he's not driving to Vermont. Go take another road trip so we can talk to everyone else in the car instead.
See, and Nate saw it too. They said he saw the smirk come out your mouth, bro, and he was like, I'm waiting for him to flame me.
I don't acknowledge him anymore. Nate's like
appreciate
25 in
Pittsburgh
the
too.
chat. You just got to ignore him because it's a bunch of nonsense.
All right, Nick. So we got you on the show, right? I know on your show, you've pretty much who you want as a GM, who you want as a coach, but you're on here, right? So who's your top 3 GMs, top 3 coaches?
I don't even have a top 3 GM list yet. Like, I have a criteria that I want. Like, I want someone who is not a young up and coming guy who's new at it. I want someone who's been either a general manager before or someone who's been the assistant general manager for a long time and been in the room with a lot of successful drafts in a successful organization. I don't want to take somebody from the Jaguars. I don't want to take somebody, from the Giants. I want to take someone like kind of like what we did with Douglas, right? We took someone who was in Baltimore and Philly, and everyone was saying this is the next up and coming guy, and if he hit on the quarterback, he'd probably still be a general manager. But the draft class he took a quarterback was not a good draft class for quarterback. So it's not like he missed on anybody. That whole class is bad.
Correct.
In terms of head coach, it's almost like I think we should wait and see who the general manager is, because a lot of these guys bring in guys they're comfortable with, guys they've been in a building before with, guys they've been in the meeting room with, guys that they know their ideology, their philosophy, how they approach and how they deal with people. So I don't think you're going to get GM from here, coach from here. I think it's going to be a connected line. And
we don't want
that's
Top
usually-
Bowls 2.0 all over again, right?
No, I mean, if you go the Detroit Lion route and you get Askew, now you're looking at Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn, right? Like there's going to be lines that connect GM to head coach. You're not going to go get Askew and then get Rex Ryan. You know what I mean? It's not going to be some crazy blind match game. There's going to be a history. There's going to be, whether it's small, like Gase went to bat for Douglas, even though they had a short time together. I think it was in Chicago many years ago. But Adam Gase went to bat for him to get him, which is weird, right? Because normally the GM is the one hiring the coach, not the coach saying we need to get this GM. But
and then Douglas fired Gase.
And Nick, so a little bit earlier, I asked Rick in regards to this name that is actually starting to get some traction, right? Now, Woody likes making the splash moves, essentially, right? Get more clicks, more likes, whatever.
Jerry Jones Jr.
Nah. The whole
I will call him Woody, Jerry Jones Jr. He wants headlines, not wins. It doesn't matter.
True. But the name right here, Donna Aponte or whatever, she used to be with the Jets. She was accounting with them back in '94. She's been getting a lot. People hear her name, they respect it. They say they respect her as an individual there. What's your take on that?
I'd rather discuss Nate.
Got it. All right. Well, that answers it right there.
Let me say this. I don't know anything about her history. I haven't looked up the name. I've seen it mentioned, but I don't know anything about it.
This is what's said. She's a tough no-nonsense leader.
Market is all I'll say, right?
Okay. And it is because of the names that are out there. Like for me, right, again, I would love like a Dorsey to get on there. Somebody that's proven already, that's been there, done there. His track record and stuff in regards to that, right? So I'm on the same boat. I want the GM first, like before we could really start talking head coaches and all that. Now, I mean, I'm on Flores over here, but who's going to be the head coach? I mean, who's going to be the GM with him? I want the tandem, is what I keep saying. The tandem, the guys that already worked with each other before. They know how the GM works. They know how the head coach works and what they're going to bring. I don't want Todd Bowles 2.0 and we go through that all over again. That in year 2, it just shits the bed. And we're over here again, like next year, talking about, well, who's going to be the new head coach or GM, et cetera, et cetera. It would suck.
Oh, that would be the Jets just being the Jets again. Something that the Johnsons, when you look at their history, they kind of do a 180, right? Like you went from Rex, who was very bold, outspoken, crazy at times with the shit he would say, to Todd Bowles, very reserved. And then from there, you went to Adam Gase. You know, you went with the offensive-minded coach off of the Peyton Manning reference that he will hang up on you in an interview if you bring that up because he wants nothing to do with that question.
Yeah, fuck Manning.
And then from there, you went and got Robert Saleh, defensive guy, well respected. The top guy in that coaching cycle was Robert Saleh, and we got him. So how do you change that now from the 180? Like, do you go get a proven head coach because you've gone with your last? Let's go through it. Saleh was first time. Gase, Bowles. And then before that, it was Rex, his first time as a head coach. And then before him, Mangini, first time as a head coach. Then Herman Edwards, Al Groh. Like, you got to go all the way back.
Head coaches,
Parcells.
Gase was the only one who had coached before, and he had crashed and burned and got fired.
With Miami, right?
Yeah.
Gase was the second-time head coach.
Was he 1 year in Miami?
1 year. Oh, 2 years. 2 years in Miami.
Okay.
Nick, you had mentioned, GM first, right? And see who they think fits as a head coach. Are you in favor of what the Jets did with the 33rd team, or would you have done something different?
I
Would
love
you have
that
gone
it's
the
not
Curtis
the
Martin
Johnsons.
route?
I love that it's not the Johnsons leading the way. I don't care who it is. I don't care if you bring in Carly and Sarah. It's better than the Johnsons leading the hunt. Right? They haven't been able to do it.
What a combo,
right?
I would just like to say that the opinions of Nick Shine are not the opinions of the Jets worldwide.
You wouldn't pick Sarah and Carly over Christopher and Woody?
Snowball, I'm now ready to answer that question. Who I think should be the GM?
Carly would want to bring in Joe Flacco.
Realistic. The spreads at the media day, I'm sure.
Come on, that would be incredible.
Come on, the cookies in the boardroom.
The content, the exclusive access that we would get, that'd be great.
Honking the horn in the car park.
Scaring Sarah right and left.
Absolutely.
Making her shriek at a presser. I mean, it'd be incredible.
I do like the fact that the Johnsons admit we would fuck this up. We need help. I like that, right? Like the first thing that, in sobriety, you got to know your weaknesses. You got to know things to avoid. You got to know your triggers. You got to know the people, places, and things you can't be around. Agreed. For them, it's an interview room, like when it's time to hire people. So they know we shouldn't be there. We know we're in over our head. We know we're not football people.
I would much rather
do I like the guys they brought in? No, but much like what's his face?
Spielman?
McVay, the quarterback, the coach for the Rams. Not a great football player, but can coach football. Maybe Tannenbaum and Spielman, who weren't the greatest GMs, can identify a good GM. So sometimes, like you get a lot of coaches in baseball. Aaron Boone, not the greatest player of all time, but somehow he's the coach of the Yankees for this many years. Sometimes you get that where you can't do the job, but you can see the things in somebody else that can do the job. So am I against it? No. I'm grateful the Johnsons have said we're fuck ups. We can't do this. And it's their second time bringing people in. The last time was Polian and Rick Wolf, right?
So Nick, so then let me ask you this, right? Because you brought up the name, and we asked this a little bit earlier to the big fella, right? Would you take Sean McVay, Shanahan, right? And would you give up a first rounder to bring them over here with us?
With how bad this first round is, yes.
Yeah.
This first round,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Their teams
Absolutely.
aren't trading coaches. That's just not happening.
It's happened.
It has happened. It's not going
It
to
has
happen
happened.
now.
I don't think
It's not going
those
to happen
coaches
now.
get traded.
They're not going to trade Shanahan, and they're not
I
going
don't
to trade
think-
the Rams. Are not
yeah,
going to trade
I don't
McVay.
think it
That's
happens.
ridiculous.
I mean, I agree, but I wanted to ask in regards to that, hypothetically speaking, if that was the case and all that, like, would you do it? Because there's a lot of people in our fan base that are like, no, this is our first rounder and all that, and they live and breathe that first rounder, even though we really have never hit really that well on first rounders like that.
I would do this
So-
year. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I mean he wouldn't, but Andy Reid, Shanahan, McVay.
So hitting on that
Trying to
idea
think
of the trading, right? The trading for a head coach. All right, we know that those people probably are not going to be available, and we're not trading for them. But now, let's say that the Jets wind up in the top 5 with a in the first round. Do you trade back?
Yeah.
To pick up more.
If someone's dumb enough to trade up in this draft class, which I do not think is top heavy, I would trade back and I would get more assets. There's so many holes on this roster. There's so many veterans that we're losing to contracts. I don't want to live in free agency. I would rather stockpile picks, get a number 1 for next year. And if Manning is the guy, you go all in next year and get your quarterback, but make your team better this year and acquire some depth. I'm just throwing that out there as the one name that everyone looks at for next year.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be mad at all with the trade back, because I think sticking and picking in the top 5 is a waste this year. To be completely honest.
That with the combine and the end of the college football season, certain people emerge as like can't miss first round picks.
Yeah.
And there's going to be there's a sucker born every minute. So there are going to be teams who are, back in the draft who are going to try to move up. So, yeah.
So let's say we stick at the 5th. We're at 5th, right? Let's just say we're at the 5th. Who do you pick? Where are you going? Are you going defense or offense?
Travis Hunter.
Shador
Cam
is gone
Ward.
at that point.
Cam Ward gone?
Yes, Cam Ward's gone.
And
because who are the top
linemen? Will Campbell, the lineman from LSU. We'll say him.
Yeah.
And then you got your choice of Michigan guys, because I want D-line. I want that run stuffer there.
It's too soon to tell, to be honest with you, because we don't know what coordinators we're getting. We don't know what schemes we're getting. We don't know if we're going 3-4. We don't know if we're going 4-3. We don't know if we're playing zone. We don't know if we're playing man press. Based off of talent alone, I mean, if you get rid of Devontae, the kid McMillan, I really like. He's got size, right? I think.
Oh wow! So you're going receiver, okay?
I mean, I wouldn't mind it pairing him up with Wilson. So whoever comes in and plays quarterback has a nice 1-2 punch with guys to complement one another. Garrett with the shiftiness, and then another one with the size and the speed. If Will Campbell's there, I wouldn't mind taking Will Campbell, the tackle, and putting him on the right side and having your line set, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love the kid Graham from Michigan, the D lineman. If you can put Quinnen Williams next to a guy that can do the same thing and get into the backfield time and time again and wreck, now you're opening things up for Will McDonald and JJ on the outside. Now, who are you going to double? Right, it's 3rd and 8. Like all 4 guys are capable of getting home. If you let DJ Reed go, I would hate taking a corner, but Will Johnson. If you're going to go man press, do you move Sauce at that point? And then you might have to go with the best corner in the draft if he's there. So I think all of these questions you got to start knocking down dominoes, right? Who's the GM? Who's the head coach? Who's the coordinators? What's the ideology? What's
who leaves?
The scheme?
Who stays?
And who fits the scheme, right? Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So
I mean, it's
DJ
fun
Reed
to
is
talk
for a
about.
fact he's pretty much gone. Like there's no way you think we sign him.
I don't think a new regime will sign a 28-year-old cornerback
Mm.
to the money he's going to want at 28. It's his last contract. There's no discounts. There's no 34-year-old offensive lineman, $6 million deal coming in. He wants, and I'm sure he wants, I should say. I don't know for a fact, but I'm okay letting Reed walk. You got Michael Carter locked in. If you're going to pay Sauce, you don't want to have another big contract in the secondary. You know, what if we go with the Detroit Lions with you see that they're blitzing linebackers time and time again. You might want to go get a linebacker early, you know, like round 2. You might want to have another linebacker there. Let CJ go. I'd cut CJ now with all these neck injuries.
Mhm.
I would let him go
That
and
sucks.
just take all the
Well, he's
massive
not coming
cap
back.
hits.
No.
I mean, he hasn't been great performance-wise for the last year or two, but
Right.
his knowledge and lining everyone else up, but you're not paying $18 million for a thinker. He's not a coach.
No.
You know, I'd rather have a young kid that you can teach and mold and build into your scheme with Quincy and with Sherwood and have 3 guys who can fly around.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Dude, so I'm surprised with the you caught me off guard with the wide receiver because that wasn't even in like my wheelhouse.
Got to have weapons, man.
you
This
know.
day and there in the NFL, like if you have the weapons, you should be able to have any quarterback get them the ball.
So and
Unless
that's
it's Aaron
that's
Rodgers.
why I say like that's why it's tough for me with the whole like Devontae conversation of him staying or going because he's not a wide receiver 1. Like those days are well beyond him now and all that. Like
Yeah.
it is what it is, right? So
Is it though?
I mean I don't see him as wide receiver 1 no more.
Depends
Devontae.
on where he goes. Depends on who he's with.
It's also a very big problem when you go from having QB1 in the league down to QB 32, and that's what you had last week.
Yeah. True.
So crazy, man.
Craig just left. He like Irish exited us.
No, he put something in the chat. Don't
Oh,
want
he
to didn't want to interrupt. Got to
Oh.
get going. Thanks for having me
We
on.
appreciate
Okay.
you, Craig.
He's got
I
breakfast.
gotta get going too. It's getting late.
Yeah.
And I gotta change my Dexcom, and I have to eat. some
Younger
dinner.
than Pete Carroll. I just saw that now that the box got bigger.
What? Yeah, you like that? They were telling me I was old like Pete Carroll. So because Pete is 72 years old.
That's awesome.
So I'm gonna run, guys. This was a lot of fun. You're awesome.
Rick,
And
thank
I just
you.
want
Appreciate you.
I want to give you one last opinion. While I'm like Nick, I don't love those guys from the 33rd team, but I'd much rather they hire football guys like that than a search firm like Korn Ferry, which was a total disaster when the Johnsons hired them, when Woody Johnson hired them to find a coach.
Was that the
You
Rick
know?
Wolf? And Bill
No,
Baldwin?
they hired Korn Ferry, which is an executive search firm for business. and they did that to hire a GM, and I think that's how they got Idzik maybe or somebody. You know, so people that find you a vice president of sales or a senior VP of an actuary for an accounting for an insurance company. Not
Give
a,
these idiots credit though, man. They might not be smart, but man, they try to think outside
but
the
they're
box. But they're idiots.
Yeah, who, the Johnsons?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're complete morons,
Yeah,
and they're cringe. You know, Woody Johnson makes me cringe every time he opens his mouth.
How did he call in the draft again when he
here's Woody Johnson. They just draft some kid. He goes, "Well, you know who our quarterback is now, don't you? It's Aaron." And the kid's trying to answer, and he goes, "It's Aaron Rodgers." I'm like, give me a break. And then that giant $1 million piece of jewelry that
Rick,
says Woody on it.
After that, he's like, here's the coach. Like, doesn't even let the guy say thank you or nothing.
Right.
It's so bad.
I just had to say Aaron Rodgers.
The last thing I want to
It
say
is better though. At least he changed from you ever been to New York? You're gonna love it here. That's what he said for like 7 straight years to the draft picks. Like 48 straight guys. We had to see those clips. Oh, you're gonna love it here.
Johnny, when I said the fat people are in Pittsburgh, you about fell out of your chair. I just looked at you and you're like laughing and bobbing up and down, and that made me happy.
It was awesome. I
It
appreciate
made me
that,
jump
man.
out of bed. I'm like, oh, that's my,
Because
Yeah,
so
come
like
out for that.
so because
we're
so
talking
I,
about pigs of humanity. I got to call him and talk.
The pigs in Pittsburgh. You guys are the best.
So I'll tell you real quick why it made me laugh, because I went to a seminar out there, and I think it was Rocky Blair, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if
Rocky
you guys
Blyer.
remember Rocky
Yeah, yeah.
Blair, right?
Rocky
So,
Bennett.
20.
Pittsburgh legend, the
He
whole
was a running
nine,
back from the Steelers.
forever, and he was at our seminar speaking, and so I remember when we went out, and I just remember looking around, and I'm talking to one of my coworkers, and I'm like, bro, where are we? Like, is this real? And then I remembered what Nick said right about when he went to Pittsburgh and what he was saying. And I was just like, holy shit, like everything is coming full circle right now. So I appreciate you saying that, Rick, because that should
There
make
was
me
a
laugh.
lot of fat people in Pittsburgh, man. Beautiful city, nice people, but big people. All right, I gotta go. Bye, guys. You
Enjoy
guys
your
are
dinner.
awesome. Bye, chat. You guys,
Thanks for-
Tom, Jay,
Later, Rick.
everybody. Nate,
Thanks
if
for
you're still
coming
there.
in.
Bye, guys.
Later,
All right,
dude.
good night.
Be good, Rick. Can we put up Jay's comment at three siblings at 11:20?
Christmas and all three of my kids be
The
there.
one above it. So I'm out here riding and getting it. Good for you, Jay. Also, that's what she said. You do you, pal. No judgment here. You go
right.
get it.
Good for him.
Well,
And can I ask, is he wearing a sombrero?
I think so.
It's like a
Not the sombrero, it's the piece that comes under the sombrero that you go put out so it
Oh.
catches the sweat.
I got you. It's been an interesting show for sure.
Definitely has.
Yeah.
Definitely went a lot longer than what we thought.
I was ready to go at 9:00. I was like, I'll just do an hour and a half, and then I'll go.
But this was awesome, man.
Second wind and 2 cups of coffee will do that. So,
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
glad that I'm able to speak to adults and not talk to just little kids the whole day, man. And people throw
do
up
you want
on
me to
you.
do you want me to show myself out?
Listen, these, and you say adults, and I say the same thing. Dealing with teenagers is like, not. It's like Nick. It's like dealing with 25 of your son for 40-minute stretches.
I'd be dead. I'd get the shit kicked out of me.
Yeah, for eight times a day. It's nuts.
That's what I
So-
love about the job transfer it gave me today.
Oh, congrats
I
on
was in
that.
high school, but I have the football stadium and the grounds. Like I'm not in the school unless there's like an emergency.
Oh, that's good.
So it's great. And then
But-
I get
but
like a little like a not a golf cart. It's like a dune buggy like type of like ATV, like to get around the whole property.
But it's cold
So,
outside
hell
now,
yeah.
Nick.
Well, Nick, plug in your show. Let everybody know where they could catch you on and where they could catch you on.
Catch me here hanging out with my friends.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Hell yeah. Support these guys. Like, subscribe if you haven't already. These are two good dudes. And I support them. You should support them. Don't worry about me. Worry about helping these guys grow. Thank you, though, John. I appreciate it.
But where can everybody catch you still, though?
Johnny and I are going to do a show together called The 911. Call
Well-
because you and it,
Good, everybody.
the show is going to be call because you need help. Also, proud NYJ fan.
Thursdays and Tuesdays, right? Or any day.
And did we just meet tonight? What are we doing? Is it with this?
Whenever it happens, Johnny.
Thank you. Sundays and Wednesdays at 9. Tuesdays now have to be a thing at 10 because we got to do the Bobby weigh-in for the next 16 weeks.
Yep.
So
That's why I was saying the Tuesday.
10
thing.
o'clock Tuesdays.
Which, by the way, that was awesome of you to do that. The motivation piece of it and all that's amazing.
Yeah.
And, we wish the best for Bobby, man, to be honest with you. I think that's such a great idea and great concept and putting that for him as well. So
I
A
love
lot of money
Bobby.
at stake.
You guys know how much I love Bobby. And I would love less of Bobby. Right? You know, a lot of us just met Bobby this year, and I want Bobby to be a part of my life, all our lives, for a very long time to come. And I think
100%.
this could only help that goal. So
How are you doing with your weight loss stuff? You're doing really well
I'm
too,
good.
right?
I'm good. I'm down 24 right now since
Hell yeah.
October 29th.
From October 29th?
Yeah.
Man, that's
Dude,
great.
all I eat is I take 6 chicken breasts, I chop them up into like little pieces, cook them, throw them in a big container with mixed vegetables and Caesar dressing, butter. Actually, it ended up being 1 stick, but with the vegetables and everything, I can't have them dry. And Parmesan cheese, garlic, adobo, Montreal chicken seasoning, and
Making me hungry.
Eat that, sugar-free Jello, and fresh mozzarella. Like that's all I'm having, and it's like, all right, I could stray, but I'm an addict, so like I'm a sugar addict. Like Nick tonight wanted to get Fruity Pebbles. I'm like, I'm fucking bringing that shit in the house. He goes, why? I go, because I am only so strong, my son. I will be, instead of being on your show right now, I would be up in the kitchen eating Fruity Pebbles.
Dude, and Fruity Pebbles is that one.
Number one.
It's so good, dude.
Nick, isn't it true? Like you've been doing this since October, right? So you've been through like all of November, the first couple of weeks of December. The cravings for sugar now are like what? They're almost next to nothing, right? Like
I hate it. I hate it. It's like any other substance that like you eliminate from your body, and I've had to do that before too. So it's like in the first, like you're so used to going to certain things. Stress hits, I would go to alcohol. Boredom hits, I'd go to sugar. Right. So being in a position now where I'm not hungry and my body's used to not having the sugar, and like there's days I don't have energy, and I don't have the energy because I'm not putting that source into me anymore, and my body's burning off the sugars. So the doctor told me last week, it's like, you're allowed to have some. I'm like, no, you don't understand with me. I can't. If I have 1 cookie, like I'm gonna have 2 dozen. Like I don't have that line that I draw.
You have to do like straight edge. No anything.
And I'm not gonna eat this way forever. But if I get down below 260, and then I can kind of take the foot off the pedal. The right foot is good, Johnny. It has all 5 toes. I know you were thinking. Then
I was being good, bro. Okay.
I know. I had it.
Nick, just speaking from experience, the transition is tough, though.
It is, but like being diabetic, and when I do eat sugar, my body burns. The nerves in my body burn. Like it's that bad where I went untreated for so long and didn't take my meds and didn't give a damn about life or myself. Like, when you get stung by a bee, there are times where I'm like jumping and looking, and it's just the nerves in the body like dying off.
Wow.
Like, but it feels like a stabbing sensation all over your body. Like my fingertips, like there's times where I'm touching things and I don't feel it. Like my feet are like that. There's parts of my body that I touch, and like not like that, Johnny, but like you run your finger on like your side and you don't feel it,
and then you start going down even more, and then you grab it.
He's sleeping,
and then you don't feel it.
He doesn't feel it. Snowball, I like how you threw that in there.
It happens. I've listen. You get to a certain age, and things happen. And things don't happen. So whatever.
Tommy says,
awful
Nick,
for your body.
Nick, that's called a stranger.
Well, that's why Tom sat next to me at the game the other day.
Also, he was a stranger.
He was your stranger.
A stranger danger all day, man. I still can't sit down fully.
Did he have calluses in his hand?
Danger.
It was too cold to feel.
Oh,
it was too cold. But fuck it, man. I've done so much damage to myself throughout the years, with drinking and drugging and not caring, that I want to be there for the kids. I want to be there, for their kids eventually one day.
Awesome.
So it's, I've had my fun. I've had my wild days and nights. Like I'm never gonna. There's nothing like I can never go back to drinking because it's like, what could I accomplish doing it? Like, I've done everything that a person can do in that lifestyle. Like, I'll never enjoy it again because I'll be petrified of what comes. Like, at one of our fantasy football drafts, one of the guys was being a dick. He was wasted and fucking with me. He goes, dude, what's the big deal if you have one? I go, today, here, right now, in your presence, it's no big deal. But when I'm in a fucking gutter on Thursday afternoon and you don't know about it, I go, there's the problem. So, and
Well,
I'm happy to announce he's in last place in the league. So fuck him and it's stupid.
it did help you get your autograph, right? Your Woody Johnson autograph on your stomach.
I did. Yeah. Woody Johnson at the Colt game got a beer for me out of my cooler that had Britney Spears stickers on it. You remember, like, at the bowling alleys, you used to put quarters in and pull out, like, the cardboard thing? I got Britney Spears stickers. I put them all over the cooler, and I bought all of them. Like, I got $20 in quarters one day, and I just kept going. I got all the different Britney Spears ones and put stickers all over the cooler. And Woody Johnson walked around in the parking lot and said, hey, is there anything we could do for you guys? I was like, what? I've never had a billionaire get me a beer. Would you reach into the cooler and get me a beer? And he got me the beer, and he handed it to me. I was like, thank you. And he's like, anything else? I was like, yeah, can you sign my stomach? And I picked my shirt up, and Woody signed my stomach, Woody Johnson.
Oh, shit.
Then minutes later, this was a 4:30 game on the Saturday afternoon against the Colts when we beat them 41-0. A super stretch white limousine pulls in to lot 17A at the old stadium. We used to be next to the ESPN radio bubble. And you see the color blue get out. And I'm telling you, I did not lead the charge. I know you're going to think that 23, 24-year-old Nick led this charge. I didn't. But it was an entire black family and the white security guard. And I'm telling you, beer bottles, chicken bones, steak bones, everything was being thrown at them. They walk over, and I go up to, like, the main guy. I was like, hey, look, I'm sorry all that's happening. I'm like, who are you guys? And the guy goes, oh, I'm Marvin Harrison's father. And I was like, oh, pleasure to meet you. And when I shook his hand, I took the back of his hand and rubbed it against my nuts. I go, get the fuck out of our parking lot. And the whole fucking place erupted. And they were like running.
That's the part of the story that you've never told.
No, I do it on your show.
And that's why Marvin Harrison Jr. did not come to the Jets. Got it.
Because of Nick Shine.
Because we were too good with Zach Wilson, a quarterback. That's why.
That's another thing.
We thought we'd be this bad with Rod. All right, gentlemen. I appreciate both of you guys. I wish you nothing but all the success and keep up the good work.
For coming on.
Yep. And guys, catch Nick, proud New York Jets fan, guys.
He's a part of the therapy family.
He is.
I'm just gonna wave it like Bobby until you boot me.
Old man interneting.
I just want to see how long it'll wave.
Oh, okay.
It's a wave-a-thon.
You win, Snowball. You win. Oh, what? Oh, Johnny doing electric boogie woogie?
Yeah, man. That shit hurt my shoulders.
Nice.
You know what I say? Bye.
Snowball. Well, that was awesome. That was good. That was one for the books, man.
Definitely.
It's a 4-hour stream. Can't believe we did one.
Just 4 hours. That's all. I was going to do an hour and a half. And then 4 hours later.
Question is, are you still going to go outside and smoke your stove and have your whiskey?
You know what? I was going to do it, but now it's 11:30. By the time I'm done, I don't know. I like to sit out in the cold. I like to look at the stars. I like to,
unwind. I hear you.
Unwind a little bit, but I don't know. When I go upstairs, I'll see if anyone's awake. If no one's awake, I'll go outside. I'll just bring the dog with me. We'll hang out.
Nice.
That's it. Man, I can't believe we did 4 hours. My eyes are burning. I can't even see.
That's why I kept going like this. Like, I have to look down.
Yeah.
And it helps me out.
I keep tearing. So I think it's just because of the Jets. I'm so
yeah. Damn Skippy. Hey, but Sunday, who do we got going on?
Yeah, you're in charge, man. You're in charge of staffing. So
we got Neil versus Phil.
Phil,
Florida Phil, baby.
Neil versus Florida Phil, right? Man, I have so much writing to do, and I have to meet with this guy, like this guy tomorrow. He's coming to the house, and we're talking about stuff. And then I got quotes for stuff happening outside. It's nuts. So I'm gonna try. Yes, that's what she said. It's true, Nick. That's what she said.
Mm.
Johnny, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Well, you know what? We're gonna play the Blitz intro on the outro.
I like it.
All right.
Well, this was Jets.
Worldwide, wide. Thank you for watching. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. Please like the video. The more likes, the better. And thank you to everyone who came on tonight. You know, Nick, Craig, Alan, Rick Kent, big fella. Like, you know, we had a cast of characters tonight. Yeah,
it was awesome.
So, it was awesome.
And shout out to Rick on showing us, guys, every Friday, come on and show and tell. Show us your real cool Jets memorabilia. Yeah. Tonight, we have Rick showing his signed autograph by number 12, himself, Joe Willie Namath.
Yeah. All right. Jets Worldwide, wide. Out. Here we go. Good night, Johnny.
Good night, Snowball.
I'm not staying after the show. I'm leaving.
Okay, I'm with it.
Goodbye. You ready for this? Let's do this. This is Jets
Worldwide.
Took flight from New York. Now we worldwide, greatest sport that we taught. The Jets up on the rise. On game day we watch with more than just the eyes. Our hearts are fully in it, too deep to let us pivot. So we meet up every Sunday and we kick it. All you gotta do is click YouTube, don't need a ticket. Watch Johnny Boy and Snowball ask the toughest blank questions. 10:30 in the morning, leave your ass in stitches. Legendary Jets whenever they visit. We play the match game. Love and live it. The haters, cause we love them to the death. So we kill these critics. Next Super Bowl chance, all you hear is crickets. So roll up your split as emotions start to lift. Feel free to play along, the game is God's gift. 8 to number 5, then 20 for the 6. 9 to the 7 with a kick and a kiss. Mwah! Jets fan, put your hands up in the sky. Jets fans everywhere, we getting live. Jets fans everywhere, we flying high.
Worldwide.
Jets fans, put your hands up in the sky. Jets fans everywhere, we going live. Jets fans everywhere, we flying high.